Saturday, everybody. Welcome to another show. I've got a long one for you today. Um, Taco from Discord and his own YouTube channel, Breakfast Tacos, he's been doing a lot of Discord content. And over on the politics server, it is generally accepted that basically any conversation I think you have in any server over there, any channel over there, rather, is fair game for recording. So he does that as kind of a way to, make his own content, build up his own channel. Plus, he's also doing it to expand awareness of the politics server, I guess. But as he's been doing that, he caught this one, which is a 50-minute exchange back and forth between Darth, Dawkins, and some atheists. And I think it's called the Ask a Christian Room, maybe. I'm not sure. So that's really all the context here. I'm not sure if Darth is off TikTok. I don't know how much time he's devoting to this, but it seems like he's at least dividing his time fairly equally between that and Discord again. So yeah, that's what we're going to be reviewing today. Let me say hello to everyone in the chat. Michael Deaton's here. Thanks for the reminder, Michael. Aaron Reese is here. Good to see you. Barry Shans is here. Cannabis and caffeine and DD via JS. How do you do cannabis and caffeine at the same time? And both kind of make me nervous. So, but I've always been old. Clout, good to see you. Soulless Ape is here. Aaron Massa is here. Kokos is here. Welcome. Peter has shown, damn it, timing. Yeah, I'm not going to try to like wake up at 9 to do one of these things anymore. I'm just going to, when I can, I'm going to do it. I know I'm going to be overlapping with several people today, but it is what it is. So, I mean, I think the worst thing that happens for me is that it means fewer live videos, but it's when I can do it. If you have a full-time job, it's, there's only so many times it's convenient to do this stuff. Pinworm is here. Good to see you. Otto. Jail. Hey, I'm on a live stream at the moment, but I'll pop back in as soon as I can. Really? I wonder what live stream are you on? I didn't get a notification for it. Maybe you're a guest somewhere. Otto. Oh, no, already said hello to you, but hello again. Spooky Bed Hair is here. I was looking out for the stream. I thought you might have taken the day off. No, just slept in. A really weird week at work. I'll check back in after work. I'll probably still be on. This one's going to be a long one. All right. Okay. I think with that, we're probably good to go. I've said hello to everybody. Anybody else that, if I missed you, sorry about that. But as you come into the live chat, hello. And of course, hello to anybody who catches this afterward. Okay. So I don't know if I need to make this any bigger or not. It's more or less a static screen, but actually the audience, I ought to let the audience weigh in on this. Tell me which one you'd prefer for me to do. Minimize this one, make them equal. Those are really the only two choices. Otherwise they just go away. Yeah, there's no real other choice. That one or this one. I kind of like me in the picture-in-picture mode, but I have heard that with some of the Discord ones, it's just, the screen of people talking. But I do like to make sure that this is big enough because seeing the lights flash on the people that are talking, you can kind of get a better idea of who's actually chatting. So if you got a preference, let me know in the live chat. If you don't, not a big deal. And with that, I'm gonna make sure the sound and everything is good to go. I'm going to be playing this one a little bit faster. I'm going to be playing it at 1.25. If that bugs anybody, just let me know in the side chat and I'll turn it back down to normal. I figure some of this is going to go a little slow, but yeah. Coco says Ding Dong doesn't show face, so it can be maximized. Yeah, good point. Okay. Oh, John May is here. Good to see you, John. All right. Let's see. Okay, I think we're ready to go. As usual, rules apply. If you can't hear this, yell at me.
Do this. They're playing the incredulity card in one fashion or another. Comes in different flavors, different permutations, but it's still the denial of God. The volitional act of refusing to acknowledge that God is and that the world unambiguously reveals himself by his purpose is to deny, first and foremost, the revelational aspect of the world. The world does not reveal God. And then what you're left with is an implicit denial of God's existence.
There's already a dozen things wrong with this, so he's already started off sloppy. You could, again, I've mentioned this before, you could have the belief that the world acknowledges some kind of creator without acknowledging or without being convinced that it reveals unambiguously which one did it. And Darth doesn't seem to think that this is a problem. He seems to think that, well, no, if the world is revelatory and it's revealed, and we can infer a creator from it, you will unambiguously conclude the only God possible for it, which is the God of the Bible, what he calls the God of the Bible, which is a univocal idea. That's also a dogmatic description of God, because if you read the books of the Bible, you'll find there isn't one God of the Bible. There are lots of different descriptions of God in the books of the Bible. So this is just him burping up a lot of memorized dogma and half-baked theology onto people, and then insisting that, look, this provides me with the answers that I need. It therefore provides the answers that everyone needs. If you deny it, you're a lunatic. And I'm here to yell at you and prove and show you how loony you really are. That really seems to be it. I mean, he's like a kid with a toy. He's like convinced he's got the best thing, and everybody else is like, it's like that's not a pop gun or a Red Ryder BB rifle. That is a stick. It's just a stick.
So here's the problem: if the world, including your self-consciousness, let me ask you this question.
Hey, good morning, Floyd FP. Good to see you.
Does the world indicate that something actualizes it?
Before we answer, we should have the whole channel be unmuted so we can all answer freely at our own time when it's over.
Brother, give up, brother.
Just mute that person. Yeah, thank you.
I took care of him. He's server muted. So
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
You've decided you're still maintaining God does not exist. That is your position, either directly, indirectly, explicitly, or implicitly, and you're also
or that person's agnostic. I'm not sure which one he's directing this at right now.
But denying that the world is not revelatory unambiguously of the God who exists.
That's loaded. It's not revelatory ... unambiguously of the God that exists. You could be under the impression that the world is a creation which is revelatory of some kind of creator being or creative force, but committing to the idea that the world itself unambiguously reveals that which created it, the specific deity that did the creating, that is extra. And Darth does not get this.
Okay? Now, I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Is the world real in some sense?
Just say no. Just tell him it's not. Play that card and see what happens. Floyd says, gravity, quote unquote, actualized the world we call Earth. Yeah. I mean, again, he's using this weasel word, actualized. Like, doesn't everything require actualization? Well, it depends on what you mean by actualization, but maybe. Yes. Unambiguously, no. I don't know.
In some sense, yes. But
okay. Does something actualize the world?
I suspect so, yeah.
Okay, he suspects so. So if actualization is, as far as I can tell, is he just trying to say, like, I don't know if he's trying to use actualization to say it has a purpose or something with purpose made it, or if he's just trying to use actualize in a way that implies contingency. I suspect it's that one, that he wants to make sure that there's a well, doesn't something have to actualize something? Like, well, yeah, but then you can just, what actualized that? What actualized the God? Well, God is the actualizer that needs no actualizing. Okay. That's just an uncaused cause or an unmoved mover. That's all he's doing.
Okay. So does the world indicate that which actualizes it?
No. It might indicate that it's been actualized, whatever that means, whatever definition of actualization you're meaning. Why would it follow that if it, just because we infer that it's been actualized, that we can unambiguously, his word, unambiguously confirm the identity of a being which is inarguably responsible for its actualization. You can't get there from the first one, right? Well, you inferred that it was, you referred that, inferred that it was some kind of revelation, right? Yeah. Well, then that means you know what made it. No. This is just him losing track of epistemology and ontology all over again. It's just a slightly different worded way of him doing this again. Like, well, you can't deny, you know, if you deny God, then you can't be correct about anything. Like, that has nothing to do with it. Like, well, you have to invoke God when you invoke any facts. Like, Darth, if what you're saying is true, when I invoke a fact, it automatically invokes God, even if I deny the existence of the God. If your worldview is true, I told him that, and he ran. So, yeah, he's not doing well. He's not learning.
I'm not sure.
Well, then you have no world to speak of, because then there's no actualizer to hold to. So nothing actualizes the world. So nothing means anything. If nothing means anything, there's no world to speak of.
That doesn't make sense. What does he mean by nothing means anything? If nothing made it, then that doesn't mean anything. That's just a weird assertion. If a being didn't cause it to come into existence, it's useless. So, F it, I guess. Is that what he was saying?
There's no actualizer to hold to. So nothing actualizes the world. So nothing means anything. If nothing means anything.
Now, if an actualizer is, as Darth is implying, a mind, which I'm pretty sure he's saying is unambiguously the case, it is an ultimate mind. If we can't infer unambiguously and inarguably that that is what actualized reality, then reality is meaningless. Why? Why would you get to that connection?
There's no world to speak of.
But there, you do have a world to speak of. So now what? You have a world to speak of, and you have people who are either withholding judgment about the unambiguous existence of this being, or are straight up saying, I'm not convinced that that being or any beings like that either exist, let alone being responsible for the creation of all of reality. So what now, Darth? Darth has to just accuse these people of either lying or being insane or being drunk or trolling, etc. But they're up to no good. Wilberforce says, I can't unambiguously identify my own identity. I'm going to do that with a God. Yeah, he's just kicking the can down the road here. Forget any of the tough philosophical questions that come into the notions of identity and things like that. No, it's perfectly fine, because if you run into one of those big philosophical question marks, you can just tack the God of the Bible on it. God of the Bible, quotations, big TM, trademarked by Fundy Christianity. Then you got all the answers that you need. Now you don't need to question anything except yourself, your dirty, lying, sinful self. Get right with Jesus, or get wrecked.
If the world is real, it's real because something actualizes it.
Not necessarily. I want to know where he's getting this. Like, because again, like in his mind, he's already laid this out. The actualizer is unambiguous. You can't argue about what it is. And he believes that it is an ultimate mind as defined by concepts he's getting from the Bible. How is he getting to that connection? You could say like, oh, okay, yeah, reality is undeniably actualized, but it could be actualized by matter and energy, right? I mean, it's an interaction of matter and energy that have actualized the universe in the manifestation that we're currently experiencing. But that didn't make it a being. He's taking the extra step here. He wants, and he seems to be making this like he wants to make that jump. Like, well, you acknowledge that it's been actualized. So why can't you acknowledge the reality that it was actualized by a brain, a great big floating space brain? Sorry, that's uncharitable. Floyd FP says, there can be an actualizer, but that doesn't mean we need to know what it is. I don't need to know what built my car to be able to drive it. Yeah. I mean, that's a consistent and accurate objection to this kind of argument. And for whatever reason, this just bounces off Darth. You know, it's like you're throwing him the ball and he's just letting it bounce off his forehead.
But if that's the case, then the world indicates unambiguously that which actualizes it. Right?
But that just means that the world seems to be
now, in a world where God is the actualizer, he can purpose that the world indicates himself as the actualizer. In a not God world, how would something that represents ultimate impersonalism effectuate that the world indicates whatever that is?
Why do you need that? See, he's just inserted another property. You need ultimate impersonalism, right? What he needs, you need something that's personal. It has the ability to engage in personal relationships. Impersonability would be like what he thinks is the atheist position. Well, if you think that could do it, you need to demonstrate how that's even possible. Like, what are you talking about? Well, you're saying that it's going to be either the negation of or the absence of the thing I'm claiming is necessary. Like, I'm just saying I'm not convinced that I don't know what you're talking about. You're saying this thing is necessary, and I'm not seeing the connection. You're just asserting that it's the case and not providing a real connection. So why do I then have to make a connection to the opposite of that when I haven't even agreed that what you're talking about is valid from the jump? Oh, it requires some kind of ultimate personability for any of this to make sense. According to who or what? I could already acknowledge that, yes, I can infer that the world or reality or whatever you want to call it has been actualized by interactions of matter and energy. There. Well, no. It has to be personal now. Oh, another theological assertion with no background, no context, just a new term that he burps up and claims is necessary.
Well, the answer is it wouldn't. Here's the most devastating thing. You claim to be using your mind to deny God.
Here we go. But your mind's not autonomous. If you claim that it is autonomous, well, it isn't.
But God would have to first exist as the singular, concrete, unifying principle of all things, and then endow you to be a mind like himself in order.
Why is any of that necessary?
To think.
So a bigger mind needs to endow your tiny mind with mindness before you can go and assert something is objectively stupid, according to Darth, is that you have your own autonomous thinking. I've brought this up before. If you don't have autonomous reasoning, then you would be a robot. If you don't have an autonomous mind, then you can't be held accountable for quote unquote decisions you make, free will, quote unquote free will decisions, because you don't have any. You're not an autonomous mind. I think he's using autonomous as a synonym for contingent. And I don't think he realizes the entailment of saying, well, you can't be an autonomous mind. Like, theologically, you have to be, at least in Christian theology. Unless you're like into Reformed theology to the point where you do not decide your salvation. Only the Holy Spirit makes that decision for you. And it's not even really making a decision. It knows who's the elect. It knows who are the reprobate. Then you can make this claim about, well, you don't really have an autonomous mind, and it is all determined. There is no free will. But Darth doesn't believe that, because Darth doesn't even affirm that. And if he did affirm that, it would be contradicted by what he actually believes, because he gets super worked up in rooms where people will not willingly choose to agree with him. So he thinks it's about the choices you make. He thinks it's about the thoughts you think. He doesn't believe in doxastic voluntarism. He thinks you choose your beliefs. So he believes you can be held accountable for the beliefs you choose. That requires an autonomous mind, unless he's using a definition of the term that is not normal.
But you're claiming you're a mind, not as a result of ultimate personalism. So how does...
Did he claim that he was a mind? I don't think this guy even volunteered that.
Ultimate mystery or ultimate impersonalism effectuate a rational mind? How does that work?
Interaction of matter and energy. I mean, this guy could believe that the mind is an emergent property, that, because of the chemical reactions that occur within our brains, the mind is essentially just a different way of saying an activity, like your legs do walking, your brain does mind. I don't know if that's entirely accurate. I don't know if that's, not controversial, but that could be that particular person's take on mind, and it wouldn't require some kind of paranormal or supernatural personality actualizer which is to say an actualizer with a personality, some kind of uncaused ultimate mind, non-contingent foundational mind that made your mind kind of in its likeness, where you're held accountable for the decisions that you make and the thoughts that you think, but you're not autonomous. If you think that you're autonomous, that's a thought you can get hurt for. According to Darth, you can be held accountable by God with eternal damnation for believing that you're autonomous. But it seems like, according to Darth, if you're following his logic, even though there's not much logic here, one thread of his logic would be you have the ability to reach that faulty conclusion because God allowed it. You don't actually have an autonomous mind, but you're pretending that you do have an autonomous mind and you're running this way. Okay, so then how are you able to think something outside of the autonomous mind of God? Darth is going to, because you want to sin. Well, that sounds like something an autonomous mind might want. How would I want to sin if my mind's not autonomous? Again, I think this lines up if he just replaces autonomous with contingent, but he's too silly to do that.
Work.
Mostly because he has gotten this stuff from guys like Bonson and Van Til, who were into Reformed theology, and I think they were more committed to the idea that you were kind of your salvation is already determined.
Appealing to evolution doesn't work.
Yeah, that question kind of went over my head, to be honest, but I wouldn't have built the evolution because I don't believe
Well,
it.
the point is this: is either your mind.
Yeah, Floyd, how do things come about without a God? Through natural means, of course. Yeah, and then Darth would be like, well, you can't have nature without God, which would just be another, blank, kind of dim assertion that he would, and you're like, okay, well, I guess then all you need is a decent hypothesis to show that direct causation of God making these natural processes, putting them into place. And Darth is just going to be, well, because they're in place, we can infer that there's a God. Like, that's just begging the question. So what do you want to provide reasons or arguments or explanations that aren't fallacious from the start?
Being a personal agent and a rational being is revelatory of, indicative of ultimate personalism, a God by his purpose, or not.
So like when you say mind, what do you mean?
Where you have cognitive faculties, agency, affect.
I kind of missed that there, but yeah, Darth seems to want both free will and the determinism of God's will. He waffles between Calvinism and evangelicism. Yeah, I've said this before. What he wants is the worst aspects of Christianity, the worst aspects of Calvinism and Arminianism, where, like an Arminian, you are being held responsible for the things you choose even to think or believe, depending on the kind of Arminian you're talking to. But like a Calvinist, you can't escape the predetermined order of the universe, and your contingency is a part of that creation. So yeah, he has never provided an explanation where I think he's tried to like square this antithesis. I don't know how many people have pointed this exact observation out to him before. He has attempted to explain away the potential contradiction of the notion of holding that a God is both ultimately just and ultimately merciful, in the sense that a lot of Christians are like, well, he has to punish because he's all just. Well, by that logic, he would also have to forgive because he's all merciful. And Christians be like, oh, pump the brakes there. What are you doing? So yeah, there's what Christians affirm, and then there's what they believe. What they believe, most Christians, evangelicals like Darth, believe is that God is going to get you because he loves you so much. So you better straighten up and fly right. Otherwise, he's going to toss you into a lake of fire. That's what they actually think, because that's the part that they're afraid of. So they're kind of operating from that perspective. But then they'll get into arguments and they'll talk about your autonomous mind and some of this stuff is determined and it's inescapable because of God's sovereignty and power, blah 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 blah. Like, okay, and exactly at what point am I held personally responsible for any of this? Well, because I can point to this verse in the Gospel of Matthew, like, oh my God, and you're just like, okay, all right.
So the point is either you're going to acknowledge the God who reveals himself through creation, that the creation reveals him. So let me ask you this question. when I ask you, does the world indicate which actualizes it? Do you know that some of the world's top atheists in various disciplines, they all admit the world exemplifies design? Did you know that?
What? I don't think this is true in any sense. And it would also depend on what you mean by design. Because that, for philosophers, that can be kind of a touchy thing. What Darth is talking about, you can tell that there were blueprints for this stuff. You can tell that somebody wrote up a plan before they built like a pine tree. And that was God. Like, no, you can't. If that's the kind of design that Darth is talking about, where you can see the seams and the rivets and where the nails went in, no, I don't think any philosopher is going to say it like, yeah, it was built, it was made, it was designed. It does have the appearance of design, and one of the arguments is that is because of the way our minds process patterns and look for patterns and look for things to confirm those patterns. So Darth's not getting anywhere with this, and this is just like a weird appeal to a consensus that doesn't exist. I would say, I don't think that this is, there's no real consensus here about reality being held to be designed in some way. Even if it were, that would be in a philosophical sense. Let's say, okay, well, what we can infer from this is design. If you connect this back to where Darth started, the person that's being asked the question initially, do you think that the world was actualized by something? That person can say yes. Darth's follow-up question, his follow-up statement is, then it follows that you unambiguously acknowledge the God of the Bible. And that person could go, what? How'd you jump to that conclusion? Well, because it's unambiguously the God of the Bible, who's the actualizer of reality, of the world, as Darth puts it. No, those are two steps. So even if the majority of philosophers acknowledged that reality seems to be designed, they wouldn't go so far, and I think Darth would probably even agree with us, they would not go so far as to say, well, not only is it designed, but it's unambiguously the God of the Bible that did the designing and did the building. They would not go that far, and Darth knows better. Floyd, autonomous thinking equals not accepting Christian dogma. Yeah, exactly. I appreciate the love. I do understand. Almost burnt on Darth. Yeah, especially this one. This one is not, I mean, this is him rolling in his own, this is the equivalent of him rolling in his own rhetorical filth, because these are a lot of like greatest hits kind of slightly recycled, just uncaused cause, unmoved mover, everything, everything is contingent except God. You can't escape it. You must deny it. You're denying it in your own disgusting, in your sin nature. It's like, okay, thanks, Pastor. What, you have anything real you want to tell me now? Like, what the hell are you doing?
I've heard that claim
but
before.
they say it's an illusion of design. Have they successfully demonstrated it's an illusion of design? So if you say that
have they successfully demonstrated that? You'll just get a philosopher to demonstrate that all of reality is an illusion of design. Sure.
World is not revelatory of God and by his purpose unambiguously to us, then you're laying claim that the world is an illusion of design.
No. That is not the opposite of that, because of what he larded that first part up with. You're saying that it's not revelatory of this God that made it. Then what you're saying is it wasn't made at all. No, it could have been made by something else or some things else.
It's simply,
he really needs to go back to the drawing board with this stuff, because I think the yarn attached to the pins in his board of Christian conspiracy theories, I think some of it's starting to sag, or they've come loose and they're just being blown around by a fan.
The fortuitous occurrence of deep time, that given enough deep time, miracles can happen. Okay, such as life, such as the entire genome of the animal kingdom and personal self-consciousness of yourself. Where can you justify that deep time can produce certain arrangements? Where'd you get that from? Do you know that Dr.
Where'd you get that from? Where'd you get that? Like, remember where this started? This started with Darth's central confusion that he believes that not only if you infer that something quote unquote actualized reality, then it's inescapable that you are affirming unambiguously that that actualizer is the big JC, the God of the Bible, Old and New Testament, the Christian concept of the Bible, which is layers and layers and layers of ignorance and dogma and asinine assumptions. And now he's in here trying to say, okay, well, if the opposite of what you're saying is I'm wrong about this, then the opposite must be the case. Therefore, that's your position. Now prove it. Like, no, because you stated that the opposite of your position wasn't that I can unambiguously conclude that which created reality. You told me that because I don't accept the unambiguous revelation of that which created reality, I'm assuming that it wasn't created or designed at all. And that's a non sequitur. These religious types love that God is the God is the father motif, but if any parent treated their children as God treats us, they would call it child abuse. Yeah. If you want an interesting take on that, take a look at Cosmic Skeptic's interview with William Lane Craig, because he brings up, they basically have a conversation about Richard Dawkins had said that he was disgusted and offended by William Lane Craig's like kind of apologetic around the Israelites' slaughter of the Midianites or the Amalekites or whichever ones. I think it's the Midianites. And even Dawkins admits, like, serious theologians don't think that this is real. They just think these are stories that were, placed in the Old Testament, that the Israelite tribe never did this. They never engaged in this action. There's no archaeological evidence to show that. But despite that fact, there are plenty of people who read the Bible, believers, and then they'll come along and try to justify this behavior and justify this kind of divine command theory. And William Lane Craig does that in the course of that interview. And it's interesting because if you tried to personalize it, like I think Paul Carroll is getting to, you would not be comfortable with the entailments of that kind of divine command theory coming from God. Space Lord says, I think atheists might sometimes say that the universe naively appears designed. Yeah. Yeah. And I think that might be the case for a lot of philosophers who think that, well, it's definitely the case that, as far as human thinking goes, we tend to look at things as if we tend to see things in design, but that might not always be the case. There might be something, that could be a bias. Darth speaks like there's a made by Yahweh label on every object on Earth. Yeah, exactly. But then at the same time, that label would also have to be on us. But then we just scrape off the Yahweh part like it's a serial number on a gun, and then start making crazy decisions. Like, nope, there ain't no Yahweh. See, rubbed it off. Sorry, that's a stupid analogy. Has he allowed this cat to answer? No, he's been talking for like 8 minutes straight, I think.
Eugene Koonin, who is a world-renowned expert on evolution and microbiology. He's an anti-creationist. He wrote a whole book, which is a tour de force defense of evolution at a microbiological level in his own book, and he's a renowned scholar in this field, widely acclaimed. In this book, you can check it out for yourself. It's called The Logic.
Widely acclaimed and renowned scholar does not mean that he hasn't put out some ideas that are contentious or controversial or argumentative, and Eugene Koonin has. There are plenty of people in these fields that don't go for this. So for some of his points. So Darth just trying to like pick this guy and be like, well, hey, Koonin, like he brings up Eugene Koonin all the time because he can cherry pick this thing and then try to say, well, this guy, he's a proponent of evolution, which Darth hates. But even he says the only way it's possible is with a multiverse. And I'm like, I'm not even sure the evolution part is not what Eugene Koonin is saying requires a multiverse. I believe he makes the point abiogenesis would, to get around some probability issues that Koonin finds in it, which I believe are contested ideas. So
Of chance
again, and what does this have to do with the fact that Darth cannot track the central part of his question? I can infer that something actualized reality and be in doubt about that which actualized it. And he seems to be making the claim that as far as like demonstrating or inferring the Christian God, you can't make those distinctions. If you infer the first part, you inescapably infer the second.
The book, you know what he says about evolution?
Oh,
He
what?
said it's virtually impossible without a multiverse.
Again,
Yeah, I don't believe in evolution.
no.
Well, then you no longer
What if I told you evolution believes in you?
have even an attempt to explain that it's an illusion of design.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is like, to me, it
No,
just makes complete sense.
you're in a state of rebellion, okay, but you don't want to admit it. Those who are in rebellion against God want to say, "Oh, I'm not in rebellion of God."
Yeah, they wouldn't be. That's a theological and a dogmatic claim that you're running from God, you're running from the Holy Spirit, you're denying his existence, you're denying his presence, you're denying his influence, blah, 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 blah. If you're a Calvinist, if you believe in Reformed theology, the people that are quote unquote running from God, they're not running from God. They don't have any Holy Spirit activity going on in their heart to care one way or the other. So Darth would be accusing them of something that is not happening. Like the Holy Spirit just hasn't started in their life. And then even then, what Darth is trying to say here is that no. The Holy Spirit acts on everybody, but people can resist it. People can deny it in their unrighteousness because they want to sin. That's a common evangelical trope. But at the same time, he's picked up bits and pieces of Reformed theology, along with the presuppositional apologetic and some transcendental arguments, and his kind of twisted take on modal ontological arguments and others, cram them together in this disgusting slurry, and then dishes this out to people and was like, "This is inescapable. You just can't escape, this goo." And everybody's like, "Yeah, you can, because it was a bunch of mistakes and assumptions and strange connections and trains of thought that don't really cohere to anything." If you wanted to say that he was a reformed, it's easy to explain why some people just aren't motivated to go to church or acknowledge a God. If you're a Reformed theologian, those people do not have the Holy Spirit working in them. Their hearts are not being regenerated by the irresistible grace that the Holy Spirit practically weaponizes, and therefore they might be built for destruction. They might be destined for hell. If you're evangelical and you want to get, if you want to get that message out there, you have to flip that theology and be like, no. You all know that there's a God and you're all compelled to seek him, but you're denying him in your filthy unrighteousness because you just want to sin. Those are two very different positions to hold. And I'm certain that is one of the key reasons, I don't know if he would voice it this way, why Darth has told people in the past he's not a Calvinist. He likes aspects of Reformed theology. I suspect he likes the aspects of Reformed theology that will make arguments about God being inescapable. But he does not like the parts that entail that people are not individually responsible for their lack of belief. It's based on whether or not there's a presence of grace working on their heart. And because Darth doesn't understand the concept of grace, here we are. It's just a mouthy Christian who's bad at Christianity. By the way, how you doing, Stephanie? Good to see you. Floyd says, I say we were designed, teleonomically designed through natural selection. Sure. Oh my God, that would blow his little helmet off.
I just have rational grounds not to believe.
Yes, Chris Keys. He is a young Earth creationist. I don't know about the 6,000 thing. Maybe he's open to the 10,000 year thing, but yeah, he's a young Earth creationist.
So here's the problem. Either the mind of God is, and the mind of God is autonomous. And if you reject that, then you are laying claim that your mind is autonomous. Okay? That's the only option. Your mind is autonomous, God's mind. Now, if for whatever reason you choose not to acknowledge that God is and he's revealed himself through creation, then you are believing right now that your mind is autonomous, that your mind simply operates as is. Mm-hmm. Circumstances coalesce to bring your mind into existence, not a product from God and revealing God.
Okay. Darth has explained his theological position is, provided that you have normal neurological development, you will be born and you will grow up. And at a certain point, just in your brain, the realization of God's existence will become apparent to you. It unboxes, it like unpacks, like, like a driver in software. And once it does, you are at a crossroads in your conscious existence as a thinking being. You acknowledge and accept the reality that this God exists, or you deny it. And if you deny it, you go off in one direction. Obviously, if you accept it, you become a Christian. He's actually explained this on multiple occasions. This really does seem to be what he thinks. This is not an explanation that follows with nearly any Christian theology that I have ever been associated with. It just doesn't. It's sort of Darth, one of those weird kinds of like, maybe he had a fever dream where his brain pieced together a couple of like incoherent sermons together and mashed the stuff up. I have never heard it because it opens itself up to so many problems. Provided you don't have quote unquote normal neurological development, would your lack of salvation, your lack of acknowledgement of God be dependent upon the circumstances of your physical incapacity? And in that case, would you be held accountable to the same damnation as somebody who did develop normally, neurologically, and was and realized there was a choice to make, accept or deny, and denied it? Like it's absolutely goofy. Like, and the only reason he's ignoring that is because those weird exception cases where, oh, well, if it's somebody with brain damage, I just don't know. Maybe God will figure out something for him. I don't care. I don't know. It's like, yeah, that's a cop out.
Okay. So how do you account for that? If we have to account for the autonomy of the mind of God, right? And atheists say, demonstrate your God, prove your God. Well, good. I want you to demonstrate and justify the autonomy of your mind. Because you see, in order for you to go from unbelief to belief in God, and you claim you want to believe in God, you just don't have sufficient information, an unbelief state would mean that you believe, let me finish, in a state of unbelief, you're not believing that the mind of God is autonomous. So when you're...
That doesn't follow. You're not believing. What does that even mean? Like, well, what you're doing is you're believing that there's something missing from there's a property missing from this God that we're talking about. Like, no. It used to be that the only property the only thing that you would have to do with these guys, they would be like, look, what we believe is that creation requires a foundational ultimate mind, which is the ultimate foundation for the instantiation of reality and its maintenance. They emphasize that. And its maintenance, its continuation. At first, that's it. That's what they usually give you. And you're like, what is that thing? Well, that is what we call the God of the Christian Bible. But Darth might say that, or others. Okay, how did you get from that to a particular deity described by one faith tradition? Well, because it's revelatory. And then the other properties will start to come out. Like, well, why this one? Well, because it has to be personal. Oh, well, you didn't say that before. You just said it had to be an ultimate mind upon which all things derive and depend. Why does it have to be personable? And then, I don't know, it has to fulfill its love. It has to be, and all of a sudden it starts breaking down. It starts getting really, really weak. Yeah, I think Paul's got a great idea. Someone should challenge Darth Dawkins to publish a book laying out his basis for believing in the Christian God so that he would have to make an affirmative argument that people could actually respond to. Yeah. And he will never do that precisely because he wouldn't be able to skip and scamper around on this kind of stuff, because he gets quite tap dancey if you do get him into a corner, if you do ask him these questions. In fact, if somebody were to do what I was doing, I would get kicked immediately for making the distinction. Like, I can infer the actualization of reality and not infer that which actualized it. He'd be like, okay, these are more atheist games. You're just being a dodger. Are you 16? How old are you? I have ADHD, so I'm exempt. Sweet. Yeah, bring that up to him. What Darth will say is ADHD does not exist. It doesn't exist.
You're in a state of unbelief. You believe that your mind is autonomous, right? There's no other option.
Darth believes that people's minds are autonomous. They have to be autonomous. Otherwise, you can't be held accountable for sin. Unless, of course, he's using a different definition of autonomous that's closer to contingent. And in that case, it'd be like, what? I could believe that my mind was contingent and not believe in a God, right? Again, because I infer that something is responsible for actualizing reality or the world, which includes me. Something actualized me. It is not unambiguous. That which did the actualizing is not an unambiguous thing, just because I think it's been actualized. Darth is just jumping to a conclusion. It inescapably must be the God of the Bible. And once you infer that it had to be actualized, you will unambiguously arrive at the conclusion that it's this God and not these others. Why? There doesn't seem to be any reason for why somebody would make that logical jump. And now he's trying to reverse it and be like, well, hey, what you're trying to say is that your brain came from nowhere. Like, no, I'm not. Again, I think that reality was actualized. I don't know what it was actualized by. So I can deny what the actualizer you're putting forth and not deny the actualization. Darth really doesn't like this. Unfortunately, this is how language and logic works, but he doesn't like those either.
You keep
So
describing
now
beliefs to me that I don't hold or have stated.
Oh, I'm perfectly describing your position. You do not
He's perfectly describing his position. This guy hasn't even really had a chance to talk. I don't know. Darth is just strawmanning this guy.
accept the autonomy of the mind of God, do you?
I'm not sure that God exists, and I'm willing to admit
Sir,
that I
okay,
can be
here we
in
go
rebellion
again,
to
folks.
God.
Here we go again, folks. When you philosophically analyze and critique their position from a biblical perspective, it never fails. They pull the incredulity card. In fact, they pull it so much it has to be laminated. Yes, it tear apart and crumble. Okay?
This is
you
what
just
I
pulled,
started. I started the conversation
just pulled the
by saying.
incredulity card.
I started the conversation by saying I'm pulling the incredulity card, and I don't see the problem with it. I'm trying to have you help me
The
understand why that's a
incredulity
problem.
card is fake. It's like showing a fake ID. It's fake.
I know, but what I'm saying is, what's the problem with saying the universe is mysterious? I don't get it.
No, you're not under.
You're not.
Okay, so that guy's basically kind of said, what's wrong with saying that it's mysterious? In a way, and I don't think I'm entirely steelmanning him, but you could do this. I'm saying that it's mysterious and that I think that it has been actualized by something. As to what that something is, I don't know. I'm not sure what that thing has capable. And remember, I don't think most Christians have an issue acknowledging that God is mysterious. He moves in mysterious ways, after all. I'm perfectly describing your position, Darth, while strawmanning. Exactly. Yeah, this is just, yeah. Stephanie says, Darth has a limited verbal and emotional vocabulary. For instance, empathy isn't in either. Yeah, there's no room for that. That's because facts don't care about your feelings, et cetera,
Okay, here we go again. When you say it's mysterious, you're not fessing up that this will constitute either a direct or an indirect denial of the self-revealing God.
So if a Christian says that God moves in mysterious ways, or how can we know the ways of God, or how can we know the mind of God, they're denying God? That's what he just said.
No, I am.
When you say it's mysterious, you're not fessing up that this will constitute either a direct or an indirect denial of the self-revealing God.
Okay, so if Christians say that who can know the mind of God, who could possibly understand all his ways, God moves in mysterious ways, his ways are a mystery to us, would those things count? Or because they simply acknowledge the existence of some kind of monotheistic deity, they're exempt from making statements like this. But this guy, he's not exempt, because he does think, he said he doesn't believe in evolution, and he thinks that the reality was actualized by something. It sounds like he might be inclined to think that it was actualized by some kind of spiritual force, intelligence. Maybe he's there. I don't know, or maybe close to it. And Darth is trying to say, no, you trying to say, and he's trying to ask, well, what's wrong with saying it's just mysterious? What's wrong with saying we don't know? And according to Darth, if you say you don't know, you're saying God doesn't exist. How do you get to that connection? Darth's probably not going to do it, but let's see if he does.
No, I am denying God. So I'm admitting that I'm denying God.
Good, then explain to me how the not God world is true.
That's the whole...
See, that's a jump. He didn't do it. He's done it before, but he didn't do it for this guy. Okay, so the explanation would be, look, if your brain is contingent upon God, then the fact that you're alive, everything that's happening, God is as inescapable a conclusion as your subjective experience. even though I have a hard time believing this, but this seems to be where precepts want to go. They want to make God's existence as inescapable as that. Because after all, if you deny your own subjective experience, you end up affirming your subjective experience. They would love God to be in that exact position. Well, if you deny God, you're affirming God. No escaping it, buddy. And it's like, no, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't track the same way. That's not the same thing. Darth would like you to believe that that is what's going on here. So if you try to say that you don't know what created it, all you're doing is you are denying something in a way that actually affirms it. Now, if you're more confident in this, you'll come across more like Ten Bruggencate or some of his clones from 15 years ago, when they would do this kind of thing, where they would blow it up, right? Because in the Van Til kind of sense of this, it would be like that. When you deny God, you're actually affirming him, because it's like denying your own subjective experience. If you're sitting there and thinking like, I don't think I'm thinking right now, but I just thought about not thinking right now. So in denying that I'm thinking, I'm actually thinking, right? That whole thing, that's the basic kind of contradiction of that. You can't really deny your subjective experience without automatically affirming it at the same time. It's just the rub. They desperately want God to be in that same category. The problem is that he's not. And if you read some of Van Til's stuff, it seems like that's where Van Til wanted people to go. And then you could just end the conversation. Like, look, I hear you up here trying to deny the existence of God, but you don't understand that by doing that, you're actually affirming his existence. That could be where Darth stops. Darth then screws this up and continues doing, well, what he's about to do next. Darth's mind is contingent on loin of Jesus wafers and blood wine. Hey, who hasn't had a rough night with some blood wine and loin of Jesus wafers? I mean, if I had a nickel.
Can explain.
Well, you could wait your turn. Explain to me how God does not exist. Explain to me how the plurality of the things that we call the world simply exists with independence from God.
Simply do that. Just simply do that. I asserted that these things must be the case, and I want you to explain how they can't be. Right? You need to explain to me why the God that I've presented incompletely, with more revealed properties yet to come, can't exist. Because anytime you try to well, okay, let's talk about the God of Christian, of classical theism. Darth would just blow us up. Is that the God I'm talking about? I'm assuming that you're talking about a God with omni properties, right? Who said I did? Who said I did? Like, okay, so it's not a God with omni properties. So it's some kind of sub God. All right. And then it'll blow up and who the hell are you? What's wrong with you? All they have to do is constantly shift the goalposts on this. It's sort of like a Mott and Bailey kind of thing. They're like, look, you know the God I'm talking about. I'm like, I really don't think that I do. Yeah, you do. Okay. So if you're talking about the God that's omnibenevolent, omniscient, omnipotent, who said I did? Like, okay. Were we talking about a God that we both agree on? Because it sounds like we don't. And then you just bring up, that's when you remind him, if you really want his blood pressure to go up, remember when you said unambiguous? It doesn't sound like it's unambiguous anymore.
Okay, I don't want to explain it.
This is
I'm waiting. Okay. You need to explain to me.
Right, exactly. Well, if I put God into the category of things you can't deny, then your denial is a quote unquote category error. Yeah. Yeah. God works in mischievous ways. Denying God proves God. That I ought to actually put that as like a logo in my thing. That way, maybe some people will clue into this, denying God proves God. This Jefferson Spatchcock may be the best apologist ever. And then 2 minutes later, they're like, this rooster hat wearing idiot he's sprinting for hell. Good to see you, John. Hope you're feeling better. Stephanie says, I mean, if you get past the highfalutin philosophizing and precept argumentation and look at praxis alone, Christianity's got some pretty effed up beliefs. Yeah, it does. And mostly, I really think the effed up part comes from them trying to, first of all, create some kind of uniform narrative out of the books of the Bible, then creating a kind of uniform theology, a uniform definition of God, and then they ultimately won't agree on it because there's too many. If you give a univocal description of God, you just don't. And so where do you go after that? you end up getting denominations and councils, and then reformations, schisms, cults, heresies. My favorite. I love heresies because they're always claimed to be heresies by the one group, and then you listen to the heretics and like, I don't know why this person is saying anything crazier than what you were saying before. It's just a slightly different twist on the original crazy, and you don't like the entailments. So,
Me, why the not God world is true.
So this is like how I opened this conversation by asking you, like specifically asking you why my.
I'm going to ask one more time. You see, this is what atheists do. In
they dare ask questions.
addition to playing the incredulity card, they play dodgeball. Here's the question: explain to me how it is that God does not exist.
I don't.
Yeah, just explain how it's impossible for, like, and you can. Well, if God is being defined as this ultimate being, we can break down the properties of what is required, usually theologically, what would be ultimate, and then watch that blow up. So then I can give an argument that this being might not be possible. Or maybe, depending, if we settle on the particular properties, we could show this being definitely isn't possible because these properties they contradict too much. They're catastrophic. Is Darth going to accept that? No. He'll probably switch back to, wait, is that why you don't believe in God? Like, that's not what you asked me. You didn't ask me why I don't. I mean, he usually asks both. Why don't you believe in God? Well, I don't believe in it because I don't believe that God is literally real. I think it's real. I think God is real as a story. I think we can take it, to be ontologically real in the fact that it exists as a concept and a story, and there's and a character that we haul around like other fictional characters. But I don't hold it to be actually real. It's not actually the case that there really is a God. It's actually the case that we have ideas about God or gods. So now Darth is going to just kind of flip-flop back and forth between, give me an argument for the impossibility of the existence of God, and then if that argument is halfway decent, which usually nobody gets that far, then would be to say, wait, is that why you don't believe in it? And those are two different things.
Don't know. That's why I'm asking you. I'm literally.
Here we go again. I don't know.
My...
You're playing the incredulity part again. When you say
yeah,
I don't
I'm
know,
not trying to win a debate. I'm not trying to win a debate. I'm trying to figure out how my thought process is wrong.
I'm trying to explain to you.
Yes,
I'm trying to explain to you that the claim to I don't know is the claim to suspend judgment. But you haven't suspended judgment. Your position is God does not exist.
Was that his position? I thought his position was he wasn't convinced that there was a God, but he believed that reality was actualized.
No, my position is that I don't feel any reason to believe that I can.
You're playing the incredulity card
of reality,
isn't it?
Okay, so his position, he doesn't think that he can determine what is the fundamental nature of reality. So, and I guess Darth's issue would be, no, you can't escape that because the God that he believes in reveals that to you. So, I see Bart is here and would like to have a chat. Yeah, you can come in for a minute. Let me post the little link in here. And I'll just let everybody know I'm posting this in there. I'm only going to let Bart in because we were going to do this last week, but he was away, kind of checking in, but he wasn't able to join. So this link is for you, Bart. In fact, let me pull this up a different way. Yeah, Bart, I remember what you're doing. I didn't feel that I needed to say it. All right, there's a link for Bart if he wants to join. Let me get out of here. All right, so let's push on through.
Great to have the incredulity card laminated because that way you can keep on using it. You just did it again.
You're saying that as a pejorative. I literally opened this conversation with that, admitting that.
Because you cannot defend your God denialism, you keep on masquerading and misrepresenting your position, which is the incredulity card.
I literally admitted it the first sentence.
Your position is... Hold on a second.
That was weird.
Your position is God doesn't exist. So explain
Oh, wait. How did he go from like, he sounded like he was like underwater before.
to me how God doesn't exist.
I'm trying to figure out why God exists. That's why I came in here and asked you this question.
Sir, is it your position God does not exist?
That's what I'm leaning towards, yes.
Okay, good. Tell me why God doesn't exist.
Well,
Again, two flavors to this question. Why do you believe there is no God? And, or can you provide me an argument for why God doesn't exist or it might be impossible to exist? Those are slightly different.
at least in my experience, it seems like the default position is that God does not exist.
Again, the default position is God exists.
Yeah, I don't think you can make either one to be a default position. I think the only default position you have is your own subjective experience. The trick would be whether or not you're inferring that subjective experience implies something else, something beyond you. Which you could say that your subjective experience infers a greater reality, something that you're contingent upon nature, forces of nature, matter and energy. You could go even further and say that your subjective experience, there's something about your subjective experience and the reality that you're interacting with implies some kind of paranormal or supernatural entity, something at least transcendent to your experience of that physical reality, and that might be responsible for your existence, responsible for your subjective experience, responsible for the nature and the real world, the muck and mire that you're actually meandering through. So yeah, but I don't know that that's really going to get you anywhere in terms of the trick about that is how do you get from that inference one way or the other to it is inescapably and unambiguously the quote unquote God of the Christian Bible, trademark, when that phrase, God of the Christian Bible, is a factually, categorically incorrect thing to say if you've read the Bible. There is no one univocal definition of the God of the Bible. It doesn't matter how many Christians or other people in other faith traditions insist that there is. There's always going to be more than one definition of God. I'll join once you're done. I'm also here for the show. Okay, I think maybe I'll wrap this up in a few minutes then, and that way we have time to talk because I've already been on for an hour or so.
There you go. I can play that game.
Okay, so why? Like you're trying to argue with me or win a debate. I'm genuinely trying to understand.
How is the not God world the default position? How's that work?
Well, because God hasn't revealed himself to me like he has.
Have you made an argument that the world does not indicate God? I've made a case for you. Did I not make a case to you for how the world reveals God? Did I not do that?
It's hard to know because you go on these long rants.
No, sir. Can you focus? See, this is what atheists do. They don't want to focus on purpose, what's being presented to them. I made a rational defense of how God revealed himself in creation, which you did not accept. Now, your position is, okay, we have two positions. Either we accept the world as revelational of God by God and unambiguous so, or the world is not revelational by God and that the world can be understood as stand alone.
No, those aren't your only two choices. This is a weird dichotomy. Like you could accept that the world is actualized. Again, I have to keep saying this. You could accept that it's actualized by something, but he's saying, well, that you have to accept that which actualizes it, and it's unambiguously my God. Okay, demonstrate that. He needs to demonstrate that beyond just asserting that it's the case, because the inference to a reality that which is actualized, that you can get. The inference to unambiguously acknowledging that which did the actualizing, that is another step. That's a separate step. And he is not getting there. He is this is a weird non sequitur that he's just going to keep insisting on, and no amount of stomping and screaming is going to help him escape this. He's not providing the necessary connection between these two things. And trying to say that, well, if you deny that which actualizes it, you're also denying that it was even actualized. And this guy's not doing that. He's not denying the actualization part. He's denying that, or he's skeptical of that which did the actualizing. And Darth can't track what's being out here because he's too busy strawmanning this guy. Hey, good to see you, Maya. Darth script is so damn boring. I find it fascinating that it constantly keeps contradicting. Like you just give it 2 minutes and it will blow up.
Okay.
It's like listening to somebody drive a car that just keeps backfiring. They insist that it's fine, but every few blocks you hear bam.
And that it does not unambiguously indicate God. Good. Now, explain to me how the world exists with independence from God and that it's standalone. How did you figure that out?
He didn't say that he did. Darth is, this is just boring.
World. What is the world evidence of, if not God?
It's simply evidence of itself. He's inferring a creator from creation because he decided that it was a creation. He doesn't know that it was created. And he's even shifted the word and said it was actualized. So, well, I see there's reality, there's me, there's subjective experience. These things were actualized. There must be an actualizer. Bingo, bango, bongo. Jesus. No, because I could do the exact same thing and just take it a different direction. There's me, my subjective experience, a reality that I'm experiencing. I think that it's been actualized by something. I've been actualized by something. Bingo, bango, bongo. Allah, Krishna, Amaterasu.
And your answer is, oh, I don't know. But you see, again, here we go with the incredulity card. Your position is, if you tell me that all the facts in the world are brute, right? They just simply exist with no identifiable reason. That is a functional denial that they are revelatory of and depend and derive upon God. Good. How did you determine that? How did you determine that the things in the world simply exist ultimately with independence from God? How did you make that determination?
I don't know that anyone is. Right. Again, it depends on the kind of God that you're talking about. If you believe that it was actualized in some way, then you're holding out on the idea. You're putting a pin in the actualizer position and being like, no, I think there might be something there. But if you're saying that it's the one that showed up, and had a 3-year ministry career in first century Palestine that resulted in getting executed by the Romans, I don't see how that's connected to the actualizer of the universe. And Darth will say, no, it's about sin and God's redemptive plan for man. Okay, now connect that to me unambiguously and inescapably inferring the actualizer of reality is that same being. Show me that. Because I can agree with you. I could agree with you on the first part, Darth. It's unambiguously and inescapably an actualized reality. Actualized by what, though? That's not unambiguous. Darth overuses his pretend nice voice in this vid. It's just awful and creepy. Yeah. The weird thing is that it gets even creepier if somebody gets worked up and yells at him and he doesn't get worked up. He backs down even. He starts talking like it gets really condescending. What do I mean by what kind of God? Which argument for God are we talking about? Which category? Are you talking about a God of omni-properties? Are you talking about a God that is personal? Are you talking about a God in the sense of a pantheon, like we get in the Old Testament, a God of holy counsel? There's the divine council. Are we talking about a God of divine justice? Are we talking about a God of divine mercy? Are we talking about a God that has both? Does he have the omni-properties or does he not? Does he love us in a way that's personal or does he love us in a way that is covenantal or dispensational? I'm probably not using those terms exactly right, but it's sort of a way of saying, like, does God love humans like as a species or does God love you individually for who you are? Right? There's different takes on Christ. There's different takes on God, even within the Christian faith traditions. So I know a lot of people will be like, well, it's an unfair question to say, what God are you talking about? It's not, though. You can make this argument, and for the purposes of the logic in this one, this guy that Darth's talking to is not saying that the world was definitely not actualized. I think he's holding out that it probably was. What he's not taking the extra step that Darth's making in knowing and acknowledging that it's unambiguous as to that which created the world or that which actualized that reality. He's not taking that second jump. And Darth is suggesting with his argument that you have to. That which actualizes is as unambiguous and inescapable as the fact that it actualized. And that is not the case. And that does not follow. You can have lots of evidence of actualization and have no evidence of the kind of actualizer that did the actualizing. other than to be able to make some claims about, well, this thing's clearly capable. They can do the thing. Well, it clearly had to be able to create space and time. It must be beyond space and time. Maybe it's beyond existence altogether. It's just outright speculation at that point. So
That's just how it seems to me.
You're just repeating the same claim. Well, it seems that way.
Yeah, why should I deny my personal experience?
When
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
you say again,
yeah, if that's his revelation, if that's what he thinks.
and here we go again with the dodgeball. Well, it just seems that way. That's not answering my question. Have you made a determination that each and everything that you're acquainted with in the world exists with metaphysical independence from God? Have you made that determination?
No, I don't even know what that means.
Have you decided that the world exists with independence from God and is not revelatory of God?
I thought this guy's position though was mysterious. I think I'll wrap it up here, and I'll get into this probably next time, because there's a lot here to take in. And we haven't gotten to the title that he commits Order 66 on every atheist. So my guess is at some point he gets frustrated and just starts kicking every atheist out of the room. I'm actually angry that I can't hang out and chat. Are you taking off, or are you angry that you can't jump into because you could come in later? Just depends on you, John. This says God is one eternal, two absolute, three unchanging, four creator, institutor and sustainer of everything that is possible or impossible, fundamental, ultimate, personal, perfect. Okay. That's all Darth has to say. If that's the God that we're talking about, then that gives us something to play with. This definition of a God as an ultimate is catastrophic. So I would say, so not only do I not believe in that, I think that God, there's good arguments to show that type of being is not logically possible. So I would make the argument, this God can't exist. Not that I don't believe in it. This one doesn't exist. Stephanie says, the universe isn't evidence of anything. It is merely evident. Darth makes up a supernatural being to explain the evident rather than making inquiry into its workings. Yeah. I mean, I really don't think it's anything more complicated than Darth is saying, like, look, we exist in a reality, and from this reality, we can infer that it was realized by something. Okay, why? Why would you do that? Well, I think that, in the same way that I make a house for me and my family to live in, God made reality for me and my family to live in. Like, okay, you don't think that you're anthropomorphizing there a little bit? Like, well, no, I don't know. Jesus is God, bro. Look, that's great. Yeah, that's fine. God is one, so dreamy. Mary Sue, just like me. Jefferson's was on fire. You better get out, Jefferson. I can create pasta. Pasta is temporal. Therefore, I am beyond pasta and thus atemporal. Therefore, I cannot die. I think that's a good argument from Pasta right there. It's only been 90 minutes. Come on, I've seen you double that. Well, that might happen. John is hiking in a storm. Man, he was hiking yesterday too. Good God, John. Yeah, he probably shouldn't be on an electronic device. Bart, you can come in now if you want. I think I'm done with the video. If you want to jump in and say whatever it was you were going to say. If you still got the link, let me know. Okay, I was at the basically the 15-minute mark with this. So I'll drop that out of there. What's the contradiction? You mean the definition of God that you gave up there? I would point you to Stephen Matson's article on why, his philosophy article on why an ultimate creator being is not possible. Because I think it's Schellenberg. I always forget this guy's name. His definition of God, like an ultimate being, is kind of similar to that. It contains most of the same stuff. Like, it's teleologically ultimate. It's, it's that which is worth worshiping, blah, blah, blah. It's omnipotent. It's the source and foundation of all things. It's eternal, all that good stuff. And Mason kind of breaks that down pretty easily. I think the reason that it breaks down is usually like if you try to get if you end up getting into some logical problems of evil, you start seeing why those qualifications don't work. You don't even have to get into the omniqualities. You could just argue about a common Christian notion of understanding like a God that is all just and all merciful is contradictory. And Darth has said that there's an antithesis there. He thinks that Jesus being manifest in the world repaired that antithesis, which is kind of weird because that would imply that until Jesus existed, God was imperfect. So you got a contradiction there. Hey, Bart, what's up?
What's up, guys?
What's going on?
How are you?
Go on.
I said,
Enjoying
how
my
are
Saturday.
you? Nice meeting you.
Well, I think we've met before.
Have we?
Like maybe on Clubhouse back in the day.
Oh, so is that how you met Darth?
No, I first talked to Darth like, God, 7 years ago.
Ah, okay. Okay. Just trying to figure that out. Anyway, sorry for the background noise. I'm always with my kids, so when I get a break here and there, I talk online.
Okay.
So what is it that intrigues you about Darth? I mean, I'm kind of interested in knowing what is it that makes you make a page, like a YouTube page? Because I mean, that shows like there is something about the argument that you like to talk about. What is that?
I don't think, well, the precept argument I think is not that interesting. I think the way that it was, and it's not really Darth's credit. Greg Bonson gets the credit for the more obnoxious way that precept gets rolled out. And guys like Saitan Bruggencate, I think, made it even worse, mostly because he said all the quiet parts out loud. And like, this apologetic isn't to, encourage discussion. This apologetic is to shut mouths. So it was basically just weaponized dogma from kind of a half-cocked reformed theological position to kind of like shut people down. Also, precept can be argued in a way that's actually a little bit more hopeful and would actually leave people feeling a little bit more encouraged. And the way that Darth tends to use it is to kind of say that it's inevitable to conclude that the world was created by the God that he's talking about, but then your capacity to deny it, which doesn't seem to follow from the God that he's initially setting up, means that you'll be damned to hell. And to me, that basic contradiction right there just seems to discredit it. I can't entail that if I don't have an autonomous mind, only God does. It sounds to me like what he's saying is that the reason I would entail from that, the reason that I'm making the bad decisions that I'm making is because God has kind of set me on that path. That's consistent with Reformed theology in that if I don't have grace, I'm going to break bad. But Darth is critical of Reformed theology in that sense, holds to a little bit of free will and, Arminianism in that, no, you decide whether or not you're going to accept Jesus and somehow gain salvation. But he's basically got a foot in both pools, just enough to hold on to the fact that God is ultimate, inescapable, and I can use this to badger people online. And also there's enough of your personal responsibility in there. If you don't agree with me, Darth can then be justified in reaching the conclusion that that person is stupid, made the wrong decision, and is destined for hell and deserves it.
So what are the world's view? Because atheism lacks this explanatory power. So
sure.
Within any explanation of the world, I mean, we're gonna have to go into a little faith. Even science is provisional, things like that. So,
but the opposite. Hang on, before we get too far afield, the opposite of atheism is theism, not Christianity. And so, if you're trying to say that atheism lacks explanatory power for like other things in the world, so does theism. It's just a position on whether or not you think there's a God or not. What you do with that position afterward is going to require a faith tradition, theology, scripture, etc. Then you get into something that has explanatory power within a faith tradition like Christianity. But the opposite of atheism is just theism. And that in and of itself doesn't provide you with any explanatory power. It's just a positive belief that there is some kind of creator being, basically.
Well, the opposite of your atheism is Christianity, because you only stream Darth, and Darth's God is the Christian God. So if you were, just to be fair to what you just said, if and I'm not telling you to, talk about other people. I like that you just talk about Darth, but if you were up here debunking some Indians or Muslims also, then I would say that. But right now, I call this position that I think you have mono-atheism, because you're only really focused on this Christian God. If it's not the Christian God, then God doesn't exist. That just seems as if that's your position, because you're not really speaking of another God. So that's the reason why I'm saying Christian. Well, that's the reason why I kind of am leading to just talking about Christianity. Is that fair?
No, for a couple of reasons. So I've described before, my position going into this channel is that the reason I talk about Christianity is because I was one. I was one for 30 years, the first 30 years of my life. So for me, having come up in different churches and having experienced that, as a kid, that is the reason why I'm focused on Christian apologetics, because I have my own personal familial history and experience with the faith tradition from a couple of different denominations. So for me, I feel like I'm more qualified if I am pointing out things that I have criticisms for amongst Christian apologists, because I have a background in some theology, some Bible study, some critical Bible study, etc. I don't have the same background in, say, Islam. I'm just as skeptical. In fact, I'd probably be just as critical of a presuppositional apologist for the Muslim faith. But the reason I don't do a lot of commentary on it is because I don't have a cultural or family background in it to really get into any more of it, other than to just look at it just from basic arguments. And from what I can see, if somebody's trying to make a precept argument for Christianity, or the kind of hybrid precept apologetic that Darth is using, because his isn't purely precept, they were trying to do that with, say, conservative Judaism or with Islam. I think that the points that I'm trying to make follow, other than when I try to get into issues where I'm trying to poke at, like, well, wait a minute, if you're a Christian, where's your theology? What do you believe about this entailment in Christian? Like, what's your view on grace? What's your Christology? What's your eschatology?
Judaism, to be honest, and the Islamic faith is going to be difficult for them to run precept, because
it's not
going to have many answers for things like that the Trinity explains, or that the
precept
could say.
No, then you apparently have not watched as many as I have. I've seen some very sophisticated Muslim apologists give precept arguments, precept apologetic for Allah, and they're just. I think they have just as many weaknesses. In some cases, though, compared to Darth's arguments, they have fewer weaknesses, because they don't often make quite as many strange assumptions that Darth makes. Like they tend to be a lot more. They tend to be a little bit closer to kind of a Reformed theology approach, and so God is a much more determined kind of thing, and who he's choosing to be saved. So I think it's a little bit more consistent. Where Darth's precept, I think, gets weak is where he's a little bit flabby between to what extent is God influencing your salvation, and to what extent is it your responsibility to make the right conclusions.
No, I understand that his position puts a big burden of proof on you, and and I know that atheists don't like that when they say, well, hey, listen, my the worldview that Darth is representing in the argument is an all-encompassing, logical reasoning, objective morality, uniformity of nature. It encompasses all these things. I just don't see that from atheism. I just don't. I get your objections of Christianity, which, if you feel, because I know many atheists do this, and I'm not trying to throw a dig at you, but it kind of feels like, the one true Christian fallacy. Like Jefferson, you have this idea of what a Christian should be in your mind, and you say Christianity should be represented like this, and this isn't the way I want these apologists to represent Christianity. I mean, that's one position, but I'm not sure if, because I think that honestly, like listening to you, that's where I feel the argumentation is going. Christianity should be represented like this, right? Which I respect that, but at the same time, that's not your position. Your position is atheism, and I'm not sure if many atheists out there actually represent what the atheism actually means, and it becomes very confusing. And that's the reason why Presup is always going to be the Achilles heel of atheism.
Precept isn't the Achilles heel of anything other than Christian dogma. It's more self-destructive than anything else. And this again is assuming that atheism is a faith tradition equivalent to Christianity, and it simply isn't. If anybody in your position, Bart, could say the same thing. A Muslim could come in and tell me the exact same thing. Well, I know what you're trying to do here, but your atheism doesn't provide me the kinds of answers that Islam does, or Judaism does, or Christianity does. Like, granted, it doesn't. It really doesn't. Where an atheist goes after the position of if their belief is there's no gods, where they go after that in terms of like how they want to reconcile, is morality subjective or objective? What are ethics? Ontology and epistemology. How are they going to square that? How are they going to, what's going to be their approach to metaphysics and metaethics? Those are going to be as different and as varied amongst atheist believers as there are denominations of Christianity. So that really isn't a point that follows. The idea that you guys are trying to hold up atheism as an equivalent, like a one-to-one equivalent to Christianity, and it simply isn't. The idea, like, it'd be one thing if you and I agreed on the existence of a God, right? But even if you and I agreed on the existence of a God, and you and I agreed that it was Jesus Christ, I guarantee you we would not agree with what Jesus Christ thinks about things. We wouldn't agree about the faith traditions. Like, I could end up becoming a Seven Mountains Dominionist, and you're a Catholic. Just for example, I don't know if you are a Catholic or not, but if you go into those positions,
I am a Catholic, yes.
So that you and I are going to be at loggerheads for the rest of our lives, because you're a Catholic and I'm a Dominionist, and from that position, I think that your church is the whore of Babylon. So we have fundamental disagreements, even though we both believe in God. We're still not. We don't have within that Christianity an explanation of all of these factors of reality that are going to satisfy us. We simply don't. That's just the rub.
So you're saying there is only one universal truth? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I mean, I think that truth is, I mean, if you're talking about a correspondence thing, truth is just going to reflect, the actual state of affairs. If we're talking about things that are more philosophical, positions that we take on things that we can't really totally empirically prove one way or the other, or even rhetorically prove, they're just positions in, say, dogma or theology, then we're not going to know whether or not that's true. And plenty of believers are like that. Well, we'll know when we get to heaven. We'll know when we stand before God.
But whether, if you are a different denomination than the Catholic faith, that still doesn't disprove God.
I didn't say that it did.
Well, that's what I mean. So we're still going to be at square one, saying, okay, you believe what you believe, and then in the end, it's just going to funnel to the same sort of, ideas and dogmas that we have in society. I mean, even I would say the secularists accept these dogmas of Christianity, Christian Judaic system in the Western world. I mean, if you're a secularist, you go with those dogmas. You don't really ask questions about it, and we function, and it's functional. We live in unison. We have cities all over the United States, and we're fine. I just don't understand how atheism will fix any of that. Or
you don't think secularism and atheism are synonymous, do you?
Well, this is the thing. If you're still appealing to the Christian worldview in your everyday life, minus these metaphysical beliefs beyond your scope of knowledge, you and I are still going to function in society in the United States or Canada the same way. You know, minus, you know, the areas that we live in. Obviously, if you can have a gun, you're in a state like Oklahoma versus New York, you're going to carry a gun. I mean, I'm not going to be able to carry a gun because I'm bumping into people on a train in the city. So that, I mean, there's just going to be minor things like that. But I mean, other than that, what Christianity is saying is still going to be true in Christianity and the secular world.
It's not true. It's just agreed upon, right? Like if you, well, what you're trying to say is like the kind of a distinction between Christianity as a faith tradition that a person adheres to, and then cultural Christianity, where someone like me would ascribe to some basic, you know, some tenets of what I would get out of reading the books of the Bible. But it doesn't follow, and I don't think that you would agree with this, it doesn't follow that because I agree with something someone says in one of the books of the Bible that I am therefore a Christian, right?
I mean, to be honest, and I'm not trying to say this to trigger you or anything, but I would still consider you a cultural Christian because your values, it's really hard to separate 30 years of your life and then create something new. You know,
It is.
that much. It's difficult. And I'm not going to say like it's like a simple thing to just wake up. Like if you had a traumatic experience, I get that, you know, but if you feel maybe you're burnt out from it or that you have these new discoveries in something else, I'm not really seeing that in the argumentation. I kind of just see you critiquing Darth as another Christian. That's honestly like that's how it sees. And that's why I kind of enjoy your channel, because it's not so much that you're not looking outside the Christian worldview. You're still holding these values and holding it to another Christian. So that's how I see the objections. I think that's the reason why I don't really feel like a negative vibe from you is what I'm saying.
Well, I'm trying not to be that negative, but I'm just trying to do an internal critique. I'm not going to step outside and say, like, there's plenty of stuff that Darth would get into when he's trying to make some of his arguments. Like he's trying to bring a precept argument that from whatever my ethical worldview is, you know, from an external worldview, you know, it's my worldview versus his worldview. I could be like, look, as a naturalist, I think he's full of crap. Great. But that doesn't really get us anywhere. The point is to get into his worldview and be like, okay, he's trying to say this, 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 and this. But within his worldview, if he's this kind of Christian and he holds to these kinds of theories, these kinds of dogmas, and then he's trying to make this claim to somebody, what he's engaging in is contradictory. Possibly contradictory and maybe even catastrophic for his argument. And then on top of that, when he gets into these arguments, what makes him fascinating to me is that he's incapable of doing this. His notion of what an atheist is the opposite of the kind of Christian he is. And then any atheist that approaches him in Discord or TikTok or whatever is that person. And those are their views, and he knows exactly where they're coming from. But he's almost always straw manning. This guy here is a great example of that, because he had this guy kind of halfway there. That was what I was trying to illustrate at the beginning. Like this guy it seems like he is receptive to the idea that the world is actualized, but he hasn't concluded that which actualizes it. And Darth is like, no, you have to do both at the same time. That's something from Darth's worldview that he's imposing on another person. And then when they reject it, he's like, okay, so your worldview is just the opposite of mine. And now I'm going to go out. Now I want you to prove it. And that doesn't follow either, because his conclusion is incorrect. That person does believe in the actualization of reality. So if you're trying to tell me that, like, look, if I'm making these kinds of criticisms from within this worldview, that's intentional. I'm trying to do an internal critique of Darth's position, whether from his argument, and also asking questions: what is his theology? What is his dogma? I can recognize the words he's using and the terms he's using when they're dogma, like the God of Christianity, the Christian worldview. Those things are not real. You guys believe them because they're part of things that you affirm for your faith, but they are not. They don't hold up to scrutiny. There is no one univocal description of God, even in the books of the Bible. There is no univocal Christian worldview. There is no biblical worldview. There is no Judeo-Christian worldview. These simply do not exist in the way that Christian apologists insist that they do. So that needs to get jettisoned before you can even have, I think, really an honest conversation. Christians need to unburden themselves of that dogma.
Yeah, atheism has the same problem. There's no universal.
What dog? Okay, just from without imposing anything extra onto atheism, what is atheism's dogma?
Well, that's what I mean. Once you appeal to atheism as being universally accepted, it becomes a religion. So you guys like don't want to do that, but
I'm not appealing to. Okay, but I don't know that many atheists do. Other than maybe, like, would you say, like, when somebody says, like, I think the default position is atheism? Is that what you mean by?
No, the default position is not atheism. People see purpose and design. They understand the world to be intelligible. Now, things have an ontological status so that we know what they are. They're distinct from each other.
Why is that connected to a super, like an ultimate mind, though? You could acknowledge those things and not know.
Observing the world. That's just with empiricism. We see this. I mean, it's kind of hard not to get into metaphysics when we're trying to understand the mechanism and how these things work.
You wouldn't use empiricism to try to bolster metaphysics, though. That would be. I mean, empiricism is much more mundane, right? You're looking to test stuff that's just repeatable and observable. You wouldn't use it to try to, like, then say there's a metaphysical foundation for something. That's beyond empiricism's remit.
Well,
I'm not the kind of atheist that's going to say that empiricism is the end all be all of scientific reasoning. It is for scientific reasoning, but it's not the only one.
Oh no, definitely not. I think, though, from our experiences, right, which we cannot prove scientifically, right, and this is already going into it, is saying that these girls. All right, sorry about that. We already see that things are intelligible, right? You notice that when I said that, they just talk more. They're twin girls, so they're with each other's best friend all the time. It's kind of hard to get them. It's kind of hard to get them to be quiet.
I'm a twin. I imagine I drove my parents crazy.
Are you another boy, girl, or
a boy?
A boy. Awesome. Yeah, I always, for some strange reason, since I had twins, I always surround myself with other people that are twins.
It becomes like a cult.
Oh, they didn't hear me. They had their headphones on. Yeah, but that's another conversation. But so with this empiricism, we're seeing that we notice consistency in the world. With consistency, and there's purpose. I mean, don't say there's purpose in life because
But empiricism wouldn't weigh in on the meaning of that, right? Like, empiricism would be approaching a perceived regularity with the intention of debunking it. The purpose is to falsify it, to see where the irregular. It becomes more reliable the more you try to disprove it. That's the point. Not to go in and say, "Oh, look, it's reliably proven like 10 times. Therefore, we can just now we can assume that there is some kind of teleological purpose to nature." No, empiricism would not do that. Empiricism would be looking at how it can break down. Right, it's looking to falsify it. Like, is it really reliable? Test it this way. Test it that way. Test it. It's looking to debunk it. Essentially, I think this is something that comes up quite often, where empiricism gets presented probably incompletely by people who are trying to argue for skepticism and trying to bolster empiricism, and by a lot of Christian apologists who think that empiricism is sort of reasoning from a confirmation bias. You're not doing that. If you're doing a scientific method appropriately, you are looking to blow up the thing that ends up turning out to be reliable. You are trying to find fault, not confirm reliability.
Yes, but it's circular. So if we're going to use the laws of nature, right, we're going to verify the laws of nature with the laws of nature. So scientists attempt to discover these laws of nature to predict what will happen in the future based on the laws themselves. The laws of nature are arrived through this inductive reasoning. But the problem of induction demonstrates that one must appeal to the principle of the uniformity of nature if they seek to justify their implicit assumptions of the laws in which are held to be true.
Empiricism doesn't. No, empiricism doesn't.
True in the future.
You establish a law after
many for induction is going to be circular. So we have this circular justification with science. We know our senses through our senses. You know logic by using logic. Like these things are.
Not exactly.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm saying to you. It is the case that things right now are being actualized, and there is nothing that's. I mean, we're explaining the impossibility of the contrary. You're saying, oh, there is no creator, but everything still has purpose and exists. And
No.
that just doesn't make any sense because in the end, you're going to say
Those-
you don't know. And once
Those things,
you don't
none
know,
of those things, how are any of those things connected? The fact that they were created, the fact that they exist, and the fact that they have purpose are not necessarily connected. They're not mutually inclusive.
okay.
So why would I assume that if they're not all if all three aren't the case, then all three don't happen at all? That's a non sequitur. That doesn't make sense.
I don't want to push the burden of proof on you, right? But I'm giving you justified claims for my assumptions, right? Or my conclusions. I'm giving you justifications on why I feel the way I do.
But I don't see how they connect.
Okay, so then this is the burden of proof, and I don't want to do this. Like I don't want to do the whole like switching the burden. But it's either we get to a point where you're going to give me an argument for atheism, to be fair, right? Because if you gave me, let's just say you had a naturalistic, some sort of naturalistic philosophy, or that your view was naturalism, I wouldn't then keep asking you questions about naturalism. I would posit that naturalism cannot answer all these things that are in the world and in reality. So I would give you arguments against it. Like I'm not seeing that you're giving me this opposing view that answers these tough questions that you're that you're saying Christianity doesn't. So I mean, we don't have to go into that. We could just meta the conversation. We could leave that for another time. But I think you and I have reached the point where a lot of these conversations go, and then it gets kind of ugly from here, and people get personal and stuff. And I don't want to go down that road.
Well, no, I think the thing that I really think this has to get emphasized because maybe this is a dodge. You spend more time on Discord than I do, so you probably you get a lot more people that are willing to kind of jump in there to try to I don't know show up Christians or show how wrong they are, but especially if they're like relatively new atheists or whatever. But the part that I have an issue with is that atheism on its own does not carry with it, if we were going to talk about a burden, atheism doesn't really carry a burden of anything explanatory beyond the fact it's just a position on that question, right? You deny the existence of gods. You don't believe that gods exist. The positive one is you believe that at least a god exists, or you believe that multiple gods exist, and that gets you to theism. Now, from those positions, certain things could be entailed, but really the only thing that would be entailed from them is that a god exists. So there's the existence of some kind of being beyond whatever. It depends on how you're defining what that God is. Then you have to get into the definition of that God. So if the God that we're talking about is the ultimate foundation creator of the universe, then it entails then you've got something from theism. But what you don't end up having with that, and this is where the burden shift happens. The burden shift that I'm concerned with is not the one that Christians shift onto atheism, although I do think it's a significant burden shift and it should stop. It's the shift of the burden shift from theism to from like kind of a deistic position where you believe that there's a God that exists, to a theistic position where or maybe it's the case that you're a theist or an atheist, you believe there's a theistic God, and then it's necessarily connected from there the God of the God of Christianity as a particular denomination lays it out. That's a burden shift, because then all of a sudden you've jumped into a bucket of theology and dogma that you're going to try to say is then necessarily connected to the position that you acknowledge the existence of a God. That was your position. You have a positive belief in the existence of a deity. Great.
Is it fair to say that deism or pantheism or panentheism is still atheism? Would it be fair to say that those positions still encompass some sort of empiricism or naturalism, and they kind of still like it kind of represents what the atheists are saying. Would you I'm just asking a question, like, do you think that
depends.
most positions are considered atheism?
Yes and no. It depends. Like, so you can have atheists like this. This comes up quite a bit. I've seen this before, where an apologist from some stripe will say that they don't like atheists because atheists have a bias against the supernatural. But I know for a fact that's not the case. There are people who are atheists. They don't believe that there's a God, but they believe in some supernatural ideas. They believe that maybe there's a paranormal realm, that people have souls. They believe in tarot. They believe in destiny. They believe whatever. They have they believe in possible ghosts and an afterlife, but they don't believe in a deity. They don't believe in a theistic one, at least. And so they are atheists, but they don't have a supernatural, some bias against the supernatural. So you can get into arguments with that. In terms of like somebody saying like they're a pantheist, I think it depends on what they mean by that. I think most Christians would say that for their definition, that would entail that they're an atheist because they're not acknowledging a personality. They might be into a panentheist, or a pantheist is somebody who I always get the distinctions screwed up, but let's say that they believe that the universe itself is all consciousness. It's some kind of like super conscious, and we're just an aspect of it. I've heard Christians call that animism or something like that.
Because the argument that Darth gives and the ones that the argument that Darth gives, because I could care less about Bonson or any of these other people. I mean, he was inspired by them. The people that run the argument are inspired by Darth. So Darth is not running a naturalistic theology by any means. He's not doing that. I mean, I think, you could almost give some sort of naturalistic theology argument yourself, and minus maybe, I don't know, plus and minus certain things, which sometimes, honestly, like, I kind of feel that with your objections, but like, that's just my critique of how you do internal critiques, this is not a horrible one, but Darth is not talking about naturalistic theology by any means. We're talking about the God of the Bible, Christianity, and the representation of all of those things that follow, that go with it, the rules and whatnot, the stories of Jesus Christ, Jesus being God, rising from the dead after 3 days, the destruction of the second temple, like all these things, and nothing has to do with naturalistic theology. So that's the reason why I'm putting all those other worldviews, like pantheism, panentheism, deism, all that stuff is still atheism.
Yeah, I think from a Christian perspective, it probably would be. I don't know, depending on the atheist that you talk to, where they would weigh in on it. My own particular case would be, I think that it's atheistic in the sense that if you're talking about a position on atheism where the choice is between, you could just say God or gods versus no God and no God or no gods, that's a little too general. If you're putting out the one like defined in the chat, like the ultimate foundation, God of the Bible, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff, is that versus, not that, then I think that I think then you end up setting up a real problem, because I think somebody could reject that God definitionally, but think that a God exists. It just doesn't match that category. They just shifted. The other thing that I would say is that, getting back to one of the things you brought up before about internal critiques versus external critique, if I'm going to do an external critique, and I'm getting into this more, my external critique of most Christian viewpoints would be to step outside of whatever dogma they're within, and then tell them, like, look, if I'm reading John J. Collins' book, his textbook on the Old Testament, or Bart Ehrman's book on the New Testament, or any of these kinds of things, and they're pointing out consensus critical scholarship, and they directly conflict with dogmatic assumptions and dogmatic conclusions that Christians make, that would be my external critique, because I'm going to side with the biblical scholars and be like, hey, what does the Bible have to say about homosexuality? Not what Baptists claim it does. Now, do Baptists have a claim to their belief in homosexuality? Absolutely. It's part of their faith tradition. When they try to say, well, we're just doing what the Bible shows us, they're not. They are using the text in a way to affirm that belief, that they think that's what it means, and then they're making sure to reconfirm that bias. If I'm going to take an external criticism, it's going to be like, yeah, you can't reach that. You probably shouldn't reach that conclusion. just, you're just relying on dogma at that point. But that's probably not, that's going to be an external worldview, my worldview, where I'm looking at critical biblical scholar consensus versus their take on Christianity, which is going to be informed by the dogma of their choice. So, or just the dogma they're most familiar with. And that would be the central claim. If I'm dealing with Darth Dawkins, most of the stuff I'm just trying to deal with the internal inconsistencies I see in his own argumentation. If I do slip up and step into an external critique, it would be like, look, if Darth Dawkins had a conversation with somebody that said like Dan McClellan or Kip Davis or Bart Ehrman, and they limited the conversation to talking about what the Bible says, what the books the Bible says, Darth would be obliterated. He would be wiped out because he's a dogma engine, but he's not that well versed in the Bible.
I just think you'd be surprised with that. But, like I said, we both have biases here. And, it's not going to be really, we're just going to agree to disagree on that. But this has been great, Jeff. I'm happy this didn't go into a bloodbath here.
I usually don't. I don't like blood sport discussions. I don't think that.
Yeah. I agree with you on the Baptist part, though, and how they're pulling some of these scriptures, right, and they're saying they are what they say, what they are been translated to say. But when we look deep inside them, they're not really saying what they're being translated in the English. And I think you're right about a lot of those things. But that would be going into a different discussion.
Yeah, I mean, there's hundreds, thousands of books written on, from multiple perspectives. There'll be a Catholic defense for this theology, a Protestant defense for this theology, and then there'll be critical scholars that are like, yeah, they're both right and they're both wrong. And so, you could spend years talking about you could just pick one. You could put. Could pick Christology.
I don't think the Catholic Church is waving the LGBT flag in their church, in front of their churches, for no reason. I think that they do know what the text means, and it's not what sort of what these Bible companies like Biblica are printing out. Sometimes they print out a narrative. We see this with a lot of the manuscripts at a certain time of an era like the end of World War II.
Right, but Christianity doesn't have any. I mean, it's demonstrated that it doesn't have anything informative or useful to say about sexual orientation.
Well, Jesus never spoke about it, but I mean, that's a different thing. And then if you're going to look into the Old Testament, you got to remember.
Well, if you look at the Old Testament, it's not talking about orientation as we understand. It's just talking about behavior, and it's mostly concerned about men. It doesn't care about women. And if you get into the New Testament, when you're talking about women, it doesn't really seem to care at all, right? Well, like women's sexuality is sort of like left to be like. It's more about the ethics of sexual relations from the biblical perspective that I've been able to see has been based on their ideas of sexuality, which is guys should not engage in sexual relations with other men where another man is making himself a passive recipient of a sexual act. That's the
I just read First Timothy 1:10 explains the sexual immorality, and it just pretty much describes that if you're in a loving relationship, you should be faithful to that person. The orientation of who you're, obviously there's not going to be a marriage because there's not going to be a family, correct? And that wasn't the case back then, but like it is today, it's different. But what I'm trying to tell you is that if you're in a loving relationship with someone else, if you read First Timothy 1:10, it's specifically talking about these immoral things you should not do to the person that you love, regardless of who they are, right? Regardless of what it is. If you're in a loving relationship, you should not disrespect them. You should not, embarrass them in front of other people or do these horrible, heinous things that it specifically talks about there. That would, ruin that. And that's all it's
right.
It doesn't talk about the man laying with another man. It's another discussion. I really don't think that's being translated properly. But again, that's an old covenant. And Christians follow Jesus Christ, right? He came to the world. And it's a different covenant.
A lot of Christians don't. Any of the Christians that you speak with that would hold to the idea that a town was hit by a hurricane because of the amount of gay people parading around or getting married, like, Falwell believed happened with New Orleans. That is a person who, despite the fact that he affirms might affirm theologically the supremacy of the New Testament and Christ's new covenant, that's why it's the New Testament and the new covenant with believers. He still had in his brain a notion that a country can do something to encourage God to remove his protecting hand, as if America was no different than a covenant people of Israel and being treated exactly the same. If they understood the consistency between the differences, the distinction between the Old Testament and the New Testament, he would not be making assumptions like that. You would not have Christian nationalists braying about how the United States needs to, quote, come back to God to receive its blessing, or less face curses of God and these kinds of things. Those are people that are appealing to Old Testament kind of covenant relationships, and the people that are not correcting them, other Christians who know better and should be jerking their leash and telling them that they need to knock that off, because they're appealing to essentially like an old covenant kind of Judaism. You have to appease the God, otherwise that God will remove his protecting hand and allow all this horrible stuff to happen. That is not consistent with the message of the New Testament, and they should know better. But there's preachers and theologians out there repeating those notions. And that's something that Christians have to work out. And in the meantime, somebody like me has to basically point out, like, well, those Christians and those Christians, they have a fundamental disagreement, and they both can't be right, but they can both be wrong. And that's why I do what I do.
No, and that seems very. I guess you're motivated in that way. I mean, do you see? Can you see yourself? If there was, I'm not sure of your lifestyle, and I kind of don't want to ask, but we're living in a time now where people in high school and our kids, they're going to high school, they're going to proms with their partners. We're living in a different era now. Our kids are growing up not to discriminate people in that way, right? We're moving in that direction. It might not be as fast, but I know that when you and I were kids, you could never bring your partner to a prom. But my daughter is going to her class and the class before her, that she's in high school, they're going to proms with their partners. We're seeing this norm. So, I mean, you have to say, Jefferson, we're moving in the right direction of less violence and less discrimination. Do you agree?
No, I don't think that is the case amongst a lot of Christians. No. And the proof that I would give would be the stance of the Republican Party. So you've been seeing the last Pew Research poll on religion showed that the increase of people non-affiliated with religions has been increasing. Where there has been some growth has been in conservative evangelical groups, so sort of the fundamentalist ones, and those are going to be the ones that are going to school council meetings and complaining about the books available in the library, and books that talk about pubescent or prepubescent kids questioning their sexuality, questioning their gender identity, these kinds of things. They want that gone. So in terms of like the vocal cultural push coming from Christianity into the mainstream
right now. There's no regulation for it right now. There is.
They passed plenty of regulations about it. They've been passing hundreds of bills.
This is what I'm trying to explain to you, right? It is so new what's going on in this day and age that there isn't a group of trans people themselves keeping a standard. This is a very new thing that we're all experiencing. And guess what, Jefferson? In our lifetime, it probably won't change. It probably will take longer. So, and we can't expect society to just change at a moment, because then catastrophic things can happen. So, as our kids now are going to have kids, we'll probably see things getting better, not accusing trans people of mental issues, so body dysmorphia, not accusing them of being suicidal, actually treating them like they're everyone else. Because honestly, I don't think that there's any more gay people in our society today than there was in the Roman era or any other era in this world. There's still just the same amounts of people that live in this lifestyle as there's always been. The same percentage. I don't think there's any more or less.
Right, so it's not new.
And I just think right now we just see it more because people aren't hiding it as much.
Right.
But it doesn't mean there's more of it.
Right, and it's not new. It's just new. It's new for a mainstream. It's new for a culture like ours to have to deal with it because there is so much cultural Christianity. But the backlash that's going on right now, in terms of what you're talking about, in terms of like whether or not it's trending that way, I think culturally, as far as the majority of people go, it's trending in a way that is leading to more tolerance. I would agree there. Within Christianity, the groups that are growing, the Christian groups that are expanding, are the ones that have declared a culture war against this kind of stuff. They do not want to see more tolerance towards LGBTQ initiatives or cultural issues. They want the opposite of that. They want to push it back into the closet or get back into denying it. That's just the math on it.
Well, pushing it into the closet, didn't really help out during the 80s and the AIDS epidemic. It didn't really help, and we see that's the problem.
I would agree. I mean, but that's largely the rate.
So, we're moving in that direction. It's just these things just take time, and there's still going to be people that want to keep the safety of children, regardless. All of these new processes are new. We don't have the ability to punch information into a computer and tell me what's life gonna be in the next 20 years. We don't have that. We have to go through it slowly. So these fundamentalists are in that. I get that they're heavily motivated because of their cultural dogmas and religion or whatever, but deep down we still care about the safety of children, and that's going to be
what does that mean?
The result.
What does the safety of children have to do with anything that we've just been talking about?
Because if these sort of things, listen, I don't mind you telling me that your son wants to wear a dress and make his hair long. That's fine, because as soon as if it's just a phase, all he has to do is cut his hair and put jeans on. Do you get? But if you're gonna start pumping your kid, not your kid, but I'm saying a child with drugs, and their sort of hormonal things change when they're 18 and they feel like they're done with this phase, they're now deeper into this than a child just cutting his hair and putting jeans on.
That doesn't have anything to do with Bart, that has nothing to do with safety.
Yeah, giving a kid drugs like blockers or stuff like that, it can be very harmful. We don't have that.
Most of the stuff that I've shown, it's not harmful. It's reversible. And if you're trying to make an appeal to like the safety,
I think the conversation is going to go. It's going to.
Well, you made this appeal to kids' safety, and I wasn't sure if you're talking. Well, it's not safe for the individual kid that's going through transition, or if it's just not safe for kids in school that are dealing with a kid in transition. So
there's going to be a lot of things, and that's the reason why.
Well, is that second one of them?
They're both.
Okay, I would say that the second one then is just delusional, because most people, if somebody is trying to say that there's an issue here with the presence of a trans girl or a trans boy in a school, there's some kind of issue of safety there. It's because that they've internalized a deranged narrative that makes these that is communicating that these people are intrinsically unsafe.
Jefferson? Are you in close quarters with someone whose kid is trans, and then the process they have to go through to go to the school board? So they have to go in front of they're not
dealing with the school. No, they're fortunate they're not dealing with the school.
I'm explaining this to you, that before this child registers to the school, first, second, third grade, or whatever it is, they have to go to the principal, and chances are they go to the what do they call that? The body of the school board. What is that called again? The district. What do they call that when they go to like the district where all the teachers are? What is that called again?
Yeah, it could be the district board, I think, maybe.
Yeah, the district board. And the mother is telling these people in the district board, listen, I'm gonna have my son or daughter that's in this. I want to know if my child is gonna be safe because I know all these things go on. The teachers have to know about this. It is important for the mother to not just throw her child into a school and the teachers not know what's going on. I think it's very important for a parent and very loving and intelligent to talk to the school and ask them, well, is there other kids like this in the school, and what measures are you going to go to keep my child safe? Like there's so much that goes with it, Jefferson, that I think you're leaving out.
I want you to imagine,
and I'm very passionate about this conversation because I have family that's involved. So
I want you. Yeah, hang on. I want you to imagine that you're on that board and an individual steps forward and says, look, my kid is about to enter this school, and I want to know, as a concerned parent, I want to know about the presence of 7 mountain dominionists who are either their kids are here, or some of them might be teaching here, because I'm afraid that what they're trying to do is take over the school. And my kid, I'm not going to say what it is.
About the conversation, Jefferson, and this is the reason why I'm getting a little frustrated, because no one goes about
Bart,
it.
I'm wondering what your concern is.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to give a thought experiment. Like if you were on the board and somebody
no one goes in front of a bunch of teachers that are teachers because they love what they're doing, regardless of what these children, what they grow up to be. They love teaching children. They focus their life doing this. They're there to make sure this child learns.
And I'm not that I wasn't contesting that. Let me wind this back.
Well, then to accuse them of defending some sort of a group that's going to discriminate against children, that's questioning their integrity, and I don't think people go about it.
Okay, hang on. Let me simplify this. I'm going to simplify this a lot. You're on the board, right? Because your issue was parents going to put their kid in school.
I don't really want to talk about this.
But I do. It's already been brought up for the sake of my audience. I'm going to finish this.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I might opt out of this conversation. Like, it's a little frustrating for me to talk about it. It's not in the sense where it's just that when people start to talk about this and their family members or people that they love are not in these situations, and I am, and they start talking the way you're talking, instantly I'm just completely triggered. And I just don't want to go on with the conversation. So I'm going to leave, Jeff. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, though.
Okay.
Well, that's too bad.
So what I was going to say, and Stephanie, you can criticize me for this if you want. I should have used a simpler example, but so it sounded like, and if he pops into the live chat, he can let me know. It sounded like his thing was like, okay, you got a parent. She's putting her kid into a school. She goes to the district board. She wants to know about what's going on in the schools. Sounds like she's just concerned. But what her concern seems to be is that she's really worried that her daughter is going to get exposed to these LGBTQ kids. Emphasis on the big T in the middle there, where and that's a potential danger. She's worried. My thought experiment would be, well, if I'm sitting on that board and somebody shows up and says, well, okay, my kid is coming into the school and I want to know what is the likelihood that my kid is going to be attacked by a Sasquatch. I'm going to tell that person that they're there's no reason to conclude that their kid is in any danger from a Sasquatch. But for some reason, these schools are meant to entertain the deranged conclusions that these parents are reaching, that somehow the presence of a trans kid in whatever state of transition they're in is some kind of harm to their kid while there. And it's just like, no, I mean, those ones always just seem like the kind of kid, the parents that want to put their kids in a fundamentalist Christian school, but don't want to pay the tuition. So,
well, I need to get going at about 1:30 my time. But anyway, the reason I popped in was I was curious as to what the nature of the concern was. Is the nature of the concern was for other kids in the school?
Right.
If a trans child is is going to attend, never mind the first time the child attends, but if the child is transitioning at some point, like second, third grade or something, and the child, the parents and the child and their medical practitioners have gone through the process of identifying, well, this kid is persistent, consistent, and insistent on their gender identity that differs from their sex assigned at birth. And we're going to try social transition. At this point, we're talking elementary school, so no medical intervention aside from psychological intervention is even proper.
Right.
The focus of the school and the parents, and indeed the child, who is terrified of, is it going to be okay? The school board and the parents and the teachers are going to be trying to assure that 7-year-old that, yeah, it's going to be okay. We're going to make sure it's going to be okay for you.
Right.
In this process. Now, if the focus, on the other hand, is the nature of the child even being there, then this is a form of exclusion of that one very unique child.
Yeah.
And this is the issue that gives me concern, because shouldn't we be concerned about the way that individual is treated rather than, but it doesn't seem like it is, and to me that's too bad. And the other thing is, the focus is that is properly on integrating the kid and their family into the community.
Yeah.
For who they are, and to learn from a very different way of experiencing their own life. I mean, there's a lot of difference among people.
Right.
Being trans is easy. It's real easy. It's just the living of it gets hard when the plain fact, as Bart was saying earlier, that trans people, gay people, queer people have been around since the species began.
Right.
Being any of those things is easy to be because it's you, because it's a part of you. What makes it hard is others, a cultural or an individual revulsion, because that's misunderstood or not understood or rejected out of hand.
Right.
That's the problem.
Yeah. So we end up seeing like 3 different, when somebody, and that's why I started doing the side eye when he was bringing up, the safety of kids. Cause it's like, okay, the safety of the one child, or the safety of the children as a group, the other kids that are going to be with the trans kid that's getting admitted to school, or the safety of that. He started going into like, well, the transition stuff and the drugs and stuff. So I was like, okay, so you have a problem. You have questions about the safety and efficacy of their treatment from their doctor. What does that have to do with them attending a school?
It has nothing to do with the school experience. It's a question of the social interaction between the kids and their teacher and their parents and their friends and all of this stuff. And part of the reason that social transition is protocol is because it's successful for the individual, for the individual child, or the individual trans person. It works. It alleviates it's not going to solve everything in their lives. I mean, there's a lot more to life than your gender identity or your sexuality.
Yeah.
There's an awful lot more to a person than those things. And somebody in the chat just said, we need to make policies on general populations, not on individuals. Well, I agree to a certain extent, but we don't need to single out individuals for persecution. We don't, that should be, the general policy should be broader than that. The general policy should be safety for all individuals. And to the extent that someone proposes that a second grader who's trans is a threat to the general population is something I think needs some probing. And like, why do you think that would be even the case?
Yeah. And I think, excuse me, for me, the idea that if you've got it demonstrated in the culture that there's a significant amount of people that think it's okay to discriminate against a minority population, then yeah, you might as a state have to create legislation, create something to protect those particular people, because they're like, well, we don't want any special classes. It's like, well, that's interesting because your harassment has demonstrated that you're capable of identifying a special class because you're targeting them for harassment. Well, like, we don't want the government to do anything about that. They shouldn't recognize any special. Like, well, for the most part, they don't generally. I mean, the idea is supposed to be equal representation, equal treatment under the law. But unfortunately, the reality is you'll get a cultural backlash and you'll have people persecuted because they're different. They're in a minority, and, then something has to be done. So, but yeah, this idea of flipping the narrative, like Bart was trying to do, like, well, I think we can all agree that we're all just concerned about the kids. This is the same kind of thing you hear from Pine Creek. Like, no, he tried to tell me that before. I'm like, no, we don't agree about the safety of the kids, because fundamentally your two positions are trans women, specifically. Trans women are making safe spaces for women impossible in sports and in public bathrooms, and they're endangering kids. None of these follow. So no, I don't agree with this narrative from the start. I haven't seen it demonstrated that this is a significant problem. It's only been a problem because people are reacting to it. Like, oh my God, I don't understand how this is possible. I just don't see how that's right. And it's like, okay, why? Why don't you think it's fair? Why don't you think it's right? And then it's just not normal. Like, oh, okay.
And
like,
and we keep seeing these false analogies, like Tom 34B just in the chat. It says, how are you going to convince a group of soldiers to sit in a landing craft to invade Omaha Beach if some individual has a tendency to throw up in these circumstances? Well, that individual is not suited to task. What by extension, Tom 34B, you're saying that transgender individuals are not suited to the task of living. So this is the whole focus of it's a terrible analogy. I mean, we're talking about making allowances. You're going to convince the soldiers to invade Normandy because that's the mission. That particular soldier might be excused from that mission.
Yeah, and also that it doesn't also follow either, because there are plenty of people who are very good performers, either on stage or in battle, and the first thing they do is boot. They launch lunch and then shake it off, and then they go right to work. And so yeah,
being as old as I am, I remember the band's tune "Stage Fright."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Hey, I just clicked on and I heard my name. So I thought you were inviting me.
No, I was comparing an argument that Bart from Discord, Barthology, he was on here, and he was making an argument that was kind of well, it's not similar to yours, not a specific argument. It was appeal to kid safety. That wasn't the bulk of what we talked about. We kind of got into that at the end, and then he had asked me a question about where he thought. I thought he asked if Christianity was becoming more tolerant or something to that effect. And I'm like, no, the group that's growing is actually fundamentalists. Fundamentalist evangelicals are the one group that's been kind of slowly growing. Other groups have shrunk. I was just reading an article about how Catholic, there's an increase in interest for Catholic masses to become more traditional. So contemporary
Why do you
music.
think that is?
Because they're looking to, the world is too crazy, and they're longing for the days of yesteryear, which is
not necessarily bad.
It's almost always bad because it usually requires you to mythologize the past in order to justify the feel-goodism that you get from it. It's almost entirely a derangement. Like there's no good reason to do that.
Can you think of a good reason to become more fundamentalistic or conservative?
Only to, I mean, it's like gripping the soap tighter, as far as I'm concerned. Like it's only gonna lead to that soap popping out of your
Come on.
hands.
I've said many times there's good reasons to have progressives in the world. Can you think of a good reason to have a conservative?
Well, if you're talking about conservatives as reactionaries, no, because essentially what you end up getting are people who are, from the definition, they are reacting to aspects of culture or policy or something like that, and they're usually going to front either an appeal to authority, an appeal to tradition, both of which usually mythologize a form of authority or an idea of the past. And so you end up having a lot of make-believe going on. And
But do you think
that tends to inform the policy going forward? What we need to do is make sure that we have this one thing in place. Christians will do this. If you just put God first, your life's going to be great. Conservatives do this first. If you just make money, everything's going to work out great, because capitalism always rewards the person who's the smartest with the most money, and therefore they become the most virtuous. It's magical thinking. So no, I don't think conservatives, if reactionary is a good definition, synonymous.
I don't think it is.
I think that it is.
I would, can I think of a good reason for conservatives to be in the world? It's like, people who hold conservative ideas are in the world. It's the ideas, it's the memes, it's the ideas, just like progressive ideas. They're subject to debate,
right?
And they're subject to it's subject to, people can change their minds, so advocacy for either position is fine. But why would you say, why would you personalize it to the extent that people with conservative ideas need to be eradicated from a social presence? I mean, that sounds like something that somebody at the Conservative Political Action Conference just
said about
declared vis-a-vis people who are trans. So that's a silly question, Doug. It really is.
Do you remember what my question was?
I do.
What was it?
I think, quote, I think there are reasons for progressives to be around. Can you think of a good reason for conservatives to be around?
And so, can you answer that one?
I just did.
She's, and I think she made a better distinction than I did, because I do think that it's more.
What was the answer?
And I'm sorry, Doug. I'd continue the conversation, but I've got to go measure three J24s right now, so I've got work to do.
Is that a boat?
Have fun.
See you, Stephanie. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah. See, I personally didn't hear an answer to that question. Like, here's a possible answer one could give. Conservatives are needed to rein in progressives once in a while who might have a progressive idea that's bad. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't think that you need those labels for them, because you're going to have progressives you have conservatives that rein in other conservatives depending on the ideologies they hold. You have progressives that rein in other progressives. So again, the way that she was answering it, I think probably made a distinction clearer. It's not so much the idea that there are progressives and conservatives, or these groups of people bumping around. It's the idea you have conservative ideas and you have progressive ideas, and to some extent, people will subscribe to some of those ideas, more than another, but they can always change their minds. So really the question would be, what in a conservative ideology do you think is worthwhile? Not whether or not you think a conservative is worth having around. Because I could have a conservative around who's also into, like, say, I could have a progressive that's into, like, is a gold bug, right? You could have that. You could have as a guy, they want to go back to the gold standard. But as far as progressivism goes, they want all the social stuff. So, you're always going to get a mix.
I mean, to me, it's not that hard to say we need progressives in society to push the envelope to maybe change the status quo to make society better. And we need
That's not necessarily what a progressive position is. right? It's not necessarily to push the status quo. I mean, generally that's not what.
And we
Go
need
ahead.
conservatives in society to sometimes rein in and go back to the good old days, because maybe that's better than what the progressives are wanting.
Right.
That one could say that, right? And that would be very reasonable to say.
And Stephanie's argument was, her answer to that was that was silly, that you're making it about the people and not about the ideology. So it would be more.
No, I am saying about the ideas.
So why are you talking about the person? Because the person could change, right? You could get a conservative that just is completely straw manning the conservative position, you know, and plenty of them do, because you can watch them argue with each other.
So you have a group of progressives who have an idea that, let's say, is a bad idea. Maybe conservatives are needed to rein those bad ideas in. Is that reasonable to say?
I don't know, because I don't think that that's how it works.
You don't know? If someone has a bad idea and they
because
happen
of what
to be
I
a
answered,
progressive,
hang on, because of what I said before, you're all depending on the question is whether how you're stacking up ideologies, different ideas. You have an idea about, let's say, you got a progressive idea. What's a good progressive idea for you? National healthcare scheme, right? Not single payer, national, like government hospitals.
Yep.
The conservative one would be the conservative ideological position would be doctors need to be private practitioners. Hospitals should be privately owned, or maybe owned by churches, which many of them still are. And so they end up fighting each other over the role of the government. Should the government take over this provision of care, or does it need to be privatized? Does it need to remain in private hands? That's the idea. So if you've got you have conservatives that could agree with either one of those positions and still count as conservatives. So you want to compare ideology, not just actors. If you've got conservatives bumping around and saying, my job here is to police the craziness of progressives, right? And progressives are there saying, my job is to push these fuddy-duddies into you know, to get the, you know, they need to get a smartphone and they need to join the 21st century. That's kind of a cartoonish caricature, I think, of what's going on.
is there any conservative ideologies that you support?
Not, I mean, it depends. If you're talking about sort of like
In any area,
talking like traditional conservative, like American ideas, like, or are we talking about like originalist sentiments on the Constitution or something? Are you talking about like
anything?
the political
You go
philosophy?
from yesterday to 200 years ago.
It would depend. So for like, you know, I'm a socialist leaning towards a communist. So my position on economic stuff would be, I think, in the progressive camp, and that I want to democratize the workplace and possibly eliminate private property.
I know,
but depending on where you're at, that could be a conservative position. The idea of just private ownership of everything and the government being just this minimal, tiny thing that sends cops out and runs courts could be considered kind of a crazy progressive idea for laissez-faire neoliberals, which kind of is. I like the idea of a strong state, which, depending on what perspective you're talking from, could make me more conservative in certain cultural circles than liberal or progressive. It depends, right? If you're talking about, if there's anything in American cultural conservatism that I agree with, I am sympathetic to certain arguments about limitations on gun control. Not that I don't think that we shouldn't have gun control, but I think that some conservatives that are on that side who have either military experience or experience dealing with private possession of guns do make some good points.
Yeah, that's the type. That's the type of answer I was looking for. Like
my brother's
one
of them.
Specific example.
But I also support that if you want to, there are plenty of people that I like that they count themselves as progressive, don't believe that the government can initiate like a blanket ban on guns. I think the government can and probably should. Okay. They should just try it. Yeah, just to see.
So you were talking about trans earlier.
We got into a trans conversation towards the end of a conversation with, like I said, Bart was on here. We were talking about, he was kind of complimenting and criticizing my coverage of Darth Dawkins, and so it kind of went back and forth on that. We were talking about internal, external critiques, et cetera, et cetera. And then he kind of got into a question about, I think, about people generally either generally in the culture and maybe in Christianity becoming more tolerant. And then the LGBTQ issue came up, and then we started kind of zeroing in on, he had mentioned that he's dealing with like, like a family member, a friend of the family who is a kid going into a school, and there's either a trans issue going on in that school or that kid's in transition or something like that. But he was personally invested in this particular story of a trans kid being involved in a school district. So that's where we ended it. But yeah, then he left.
Yeah,
actually, he's back now.
I totally get that perspective, because that happened to me as well. I'm a father, and are you okay with anecdotal evidence or stories?
I mean, I always take them.
Would you be willing to listen to mine?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I always take them with a massive grain of salt. But yeah,
okay, yeah. So take this with a massive grain of salt. But this is a real anecdotal experience that I personally had through my son. He's in drama. He's a great thespian, and he started in his freshman year. Now he's a senior. And in his freshman year, I would go to a bunch of shows and stuff. And he came home and he told me, Dad, 14 people within the drama club, and I think there's about 40 in total, were either non-binary or trans. I said, okay.
How many?
I said, 14 out of 40.
In the drama club.
In the drama program. Okay. Fast forward to his senior year. All those 14, every single one of them is no longer trans or non-binary. Now, if there would have been, let's say, a trans activist within his school kind of pushing those freshmen to either transition or, continue on that path instead of just leaving them alone, it could have ended up that one of the 13, two of the 13 would have done something they regretted. This is a real anecdotal story. And this is why parents across the United States are very concerned, because they think that, imagine a hypothetical of the evil teacher. Well, let's put it on me. Let's say,
let me pause this. This is not. I'm sorry to interrupt your story, but Bart, I'm probably going to wrap this up because I've been on for 2.5 hours now. I'm going to wrap this discussion up with Doug.
Yeah, I always have to pee after 2.5 hours.
Yeah, that's kind of happening. Yeah. But so I don't want to bring you in only to like keep you cut off and then just end the show. So if you want to join me next time, I will be back next Saturday if you want to come back in. But yeah, I don't want to bring you back in and just only to block you. So yeah, it was a good conversation. I'm glad you came on. Thanks for coming on. And hopefully, if you do want to come back next week, please do. But okay, go ahead, Doug.
Yeah. So the bottom line is that I do think social contagion is a real thing. I do think that kids are very susceptible to adult peer pressure along with student peer pressure. And here's a case, anecdotally, I'll admit, of 100%, I wouldn't call it a regret rate, but 100% desist rate of people starting non-binary or trans, and then by their senior year, they're not. And the reverse is true. There's, well, no, that's not true. There's been a couple who have gone from heterosexual to homosexual. And you tend to see this a lot in the arts, this type of movement back and forth. So this is what parents are scared of. Being a trans kid is not a good thing if you have dysphoria, because dysphoria is not a good thing. And so this is what parents are scared of. And legitimately so. I don't think this is an irrational fear. You do not want your child to have dysphoria. It's bad, bad, bad.
Yeah, you wouldn't want them to be dysphoric. You don't want them to suffer.
Right. Or be confused. Or and here's another piece of anecdotal evidence that you can take with a huge grain of salt. I have noticed amongst my peer group who are married with kids, if there's a divorce, and I've seen a few divorces in the last 4 years, within a short period of time, those children will struggle with their identity.
Okay.
That, and I bet you if anybody watches this replay later and think, I can name a couple cases too, like people listening right now. If here's anecdotal evidence that another reason why parents are fearful is because they see this and they see that how vulnerable kids are when they're in situations that are like other things, stressful things in their life. They can be manipulated into thinking things that will cause more confusion in their life. And this is why parents are scared. This is why parents don't want any talk about gender identity and non-binary stuff, because what you're doing is you're infusing ideas into their head to maybe vulnerable kids who can even become more confused and struggle even more.
They're going to hear about these experiences from people in the LGBT community anyway. They don't need a trans activist to show up like a kind of like rhetorical dementor and confuse them. If it's the case that some kids are having a tough time with their parents splitting up and they're questioning all sorts of things, I don't know why that would be a problem. The idea that you've got kids starting out at a particular point in school and they're saying like they identify somewhere in LGBTQ, and then by the time they're done they don't, or they're maybe bi or they're straight or whatever. Also, I don't think that matters. You question your sexual. You're talking about pubescent kids. We're going through a lot of changes. They're going to have a lot of questions about them, and they're going to have those questions
and confusion.
Well, yeah, sure, but I don't recall a time when I was in that age range between 13 and 18 not being confused about sex issues. Instead of it having to do with LGBTQ issues, it was whether or not I was going to hell because I was horny all the time. And I had these thoughts, but I was a very literal minded Christian in my teens. So it just seems to me that the confusion part that is being imposed on this group, like, well, this is an ideology that's out there, and it's not, but it's an ideology that gets into your kids' heads and makes them confused and scared, and they're confused and scared anyway. They're pubescent kids. The fact that religion does the exact same thing to kids, and I personally experienced that, so that's my anecdotal evidence, is just considered part of growing up. So why would, just because kids at 14 or 15 say that they're LGBTQ, or they identify somewhere in there, and then by the time they're 18 or 19 say they're straight, that's part of them exploring their gender and their sexual identity, orientation.
Right. But here's the thing. The thing is, would you agree that it would have been a bad idea for them to transition in the, let's say, freshman or sophomore year? Give those 14 I talked about.
Those 14?
Yeah.
Were they all identifying as trans?
Trans or non-binary?
Trans or okay, well, if they're non-binary, that would probably not be a good idea. But if they're non-binary, they may not be dysphoric. If they're trans and they're experiencing issues of dysphoria, I don't think that we've talked about this before. I don't think that the recommended course of treatment is to just hit them with hormones. I think that is a mischaracterization of the treatment. They would go and get therapy, and they'd sort it out first, and then if it starts.
But in hindsight, if all 14 are now what the queer community calls cis,
did a doctor jump in and say give those kids hormones and surgeries stat? Is that what your concern is?
I don't know their personal lives, but I'm asking this hypothetical question in hindsight. If they would have gone to a therapist and started the process of transitioning, let's say in late grade 9, early grade 10, in there somewhere, would you view that as a mistake, given that now they're all cis?
How many of those kids ended up going to therapy and then through that work realized they were cis and het?
I don't know, but can you answer my question? My question is, given that we know
that it would not be a mistake for them to seek therapy for that. If you're talking about, hey, we got 14 kids here just identified on the non-binary T thing, helicopter in some doctors and give them some hormone treatment and some gender reassignment surgeries, I would think that would be insane. That's not what's going on.
Okay, so that would be a mistake.
Right, because that's absurd. Do you think that that's happening anywhere?
To think it's zero, it would be irrational.
So if some kid at the age of 14 or 15 just says, you know what, I identify as non-binary, then there's a doctor or a professional with the ability to do this, pushing them to do hormone transition, hormone replacement, and gender
Maybe not
reassignment.
non-binary, but trans. To say that never happens, I think is irrational.
Who's pushing them? Why would they do that?
Money, ideology, feel sorry for ism.
What ideology? What the ideology of a doctor is going to hopefully first do no harm, right? So you don't want to jump to the treatment that's going to be the most invasive, which would be surgery, or the second most invasive one, which would be hormone replacement. You're going to want the therapy.
Are you saying that would never ever happen?
I don't know that it would never. If it did happen, that doctor, any medical professional that's just going to do that, is probably going to be looking at as some kind of malpractice and licensure loss.
Yeah,
right.
And I think we're going to see that over the next few years. We're going to see some litigation. But the point I'm making is that if you leave the kids alone,
yeah,
a lot of them sort these things out on their own. If now they go into, let's say, a office where they kind of respect the therapist because, hey, they're their therapist, oh, they're a psychologist, whatever, and they kind of, I do think kids can be manipulated or taken down a road that, if left alone in 4 years, they're cis. Do you think that's impossible?
What you're presupposing is that if they're just you can get multiple conclusions, right? You could just leave them alone and they just maintain a level of confusion for the rest of their lives. We've seen people like that. You've seen unhappy, confused, repressed people that never reconciled their sexual orientation or their gender. If you're talking about, this is where I think this is key, because when you initially started this, you got these 14 kids and they're going to go through some kind of they're going to begin gender reassignment, right? For a lot of activists out there that are terrified of the trans issues in general, they seem to think, for whatever reason, or they seem to conflate the therapy part with the gender reassignment surgery. Like it's all part and parcel of the same thing. If they put their kid in therapy, the shrink's job is to talk them into hormone therapy and gender reassignment.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that that's even close to the majority of the time.
But the problem, that's you. The problem is the narrative out there from sort of this anti-trans activism is doing a lot, because they're not being specific about what they mean by this. They're just kind of conflating it, like, and you've said this before. I don't want any of this stuff being discussed in schools. Well, you probably ought to discuss it in schools, because whether or not there are,
I said at the elementary level.
At the elementary, right?
Yeah.
But it's only a hop, skip, and a jump before you're probably not going to talk about it even in high school. Why would, if there is even the specter of a teacher who's going to be held up to the possibility that you're talking about, a manipulative ideologue who wants to make as many people as trans as possible, manipulating the confusion and the insecurity of young kids.
Mm-hmm.
If that's a specter that's out there, what teacher is going to assume the position of trying to teach that subject, even at a high school level, if they can be held to some kind of strange legal standard, right? Why would they then assume that? So I don't want to be, they wouldn't want, I'm not going to be some boogeyman that gets attacked by a bunch of Christian fundamentalists because they think that if I'm doing a sex ed class, they think that I'm there to convince their kids that they need to go get operated on, right? And there are activists out there that are trying to accuse sex ed teachers of doing precisely that.
If I got my son to go talk to these 14 individuals and he told me they all went to therapy and the therapist basically help them realize they're cis, would you consider that deconversion therapy?
It's part of conversion therapy, yeah, right? Because they're questioning their gender identity, right? What they're looking for, right? What you're doing, you're giving gender affirming care. If they're confused and they're questioning, and they go to a therapist, and over the course of 1 year to 2 years of therapy, they reach the conclusion, they reconcile that they're straight and they're heterosexual, that is gender affirming care.
Oh, right. Now, but would you consider that as a deconversion from trans to not trans, like a therapist deconverting a trans person?
No, it's just gender affirming care. They're
Because
trying to help.
they identified as trans, the freshman high schooler, and then they go to
They think
therapy, and at the end of
Right.
therapy, they're no longer trans. They've been deconverted through therapy.
I think that you're almost trying to conflate this therapy process with conversion in like a religious sense. It's still gender. Okay, you had once given me the example, I think, of a kid who was insecure about their body, right? I think you'd used your son. Felt he was too skinny,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
There's kind of a body dysmorphia kind of thing. Too skinny, they think they should be buffer, bigger, whatever. If you have this kind of issue happening with a kid, I mean, the cause of his problem was adolescence, diagnosed, right? That's just adolescence. But the care that would be given to him, right, would be to affirm that like your body's going through changes, you're thin now. Once these changes and all this growth starts to slow down and normalize, then you'll see how things are working out. If a kid is questioning their gender or their sexuality, they have questions about this and they're going to talk to a therapist, the idea for the therapist is to really get into understanding what this kid's about. What is it that they're really questioning? If by the end of that, they're affirming that they're cis het or just het or whatever, whichever one, this is still a kind of gender affirming care for them. They're not being that like they had questions. Maybe they are trans. Maybe they're non-binary.
Yeah, it's gender affirming care to cis.
It's gender affirming care to all.
No, I mean that led them back to cis.
That doesn't, Doug, you don't seem to, have you ever been to therapy?
No, I've been
So
too happy in my life.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're happy. Have you ever talked with a psychologist or a psychiatrist about this issue?
I think in my this issue, no. Oh, hang on YouTube, maybe a licensed one. I'm not sure. I don't think they're licensed.
Okay,
but you see the point I'm making. The point I'm making is that
No.
There can be, if therapy is nothing more than helping a kid try to reason through certain types of confusions, I'm all fine with that. But I do think
that's all it is.
well, and I do think though that there are some bad actors out there.
Do you know any?
Personally, no. But to
Have
think,
you-
that I mean, you would have to be so naive to think that doesn't happen. Because imagine a feel sorry for do-gooder type thinking, oh, you're a freshman in high school and you're trans. Oh, okay. Like it's this whole idea of the therapist could be trans and say, I was just like you, and you can actually, I think therapy for kids in general can be very dangerous because they're so accepting to what the therapist says as a adult figure.
They're not supposed to do that, right? Like that's complaint worthy right there.
Do what? Not supposed to do what?
If they're trying to well, here's the thing. I was confused when I was a 15-year-old kid, and my gender conversion straightened me right out. So I think that's exactly what you need. Like that's a shit doctor, right? Well, that kind of personalizing that kind of thing can get them into an enormous amount of professional trouble.
Is gender affirming being a shit doctor as well? Because from my understanding, therapists are not even supposed to affirm.
They're trying to sort out the gender identity of their client. At the end, the
right,
gender
but they're not supposed to affirm one way or the other, right?
They're not.
Okay, good. Yeah, that's my understanding as well. And so, but
they're not deconverting a trans person into a cis het something, or a trans individual into a cis person. That's not the point.
Okay, so the kids are doing it on their own through talking.
They're confused. Yeah, they could be confused, or they're questioning, or they're undecided. They don't know.
Okay, given kids have this confusion, do you think that this confusion can last years and lead them to, let's say, something more permanent, like puberty blockers or replacement hormones, that would be a mistake because of this confusion that lasts, let's say, 2-3 years, but might not last 10 years?
What's the mistake?
The mistake is to go into, let's say, puberty blockers or hormone replacement therapy because of, let's say, a long-lasting confusion that lasts, let's say, 2-3 years. But if they wouldn't have done it, these more aggressive techniques, that in 10 years they would be back to cis.
Are they getting therapy? Are they working this out?
Yeah. Let's say within therapy, the doctor works with them for 2 years, and they still have this confusion. I feel like I'm born in the wrong body, whatever that means. And then they take hormone replacement or they take puberty blockers. And then let's say we had a crystal or a time machine, and we could say, okay, if they wouldn't have done that 10 years from now, they would be cis. Could we look back and say that was a mistake to take puberty blockers in HRT?
If that person regrets it, do they regret that? I mean, this is getting into the rate of regret, right?
No, it's not about regret. This is the time machine hypothetical where
why would it be if it's not a regret for the individual, why would it be a mistake?
Why would it be a mistake? Because they would have gone into being cis just as a matter of time. So
then there would
be nothing to regret because they didn't do it in the first place, is what I'm saying.
No, but it seems like the opposite would be the case. Then they went and had this procedure done, right?
Right.
And then somewhere along the line, they realized, well, are you trying to say that, well, they were confused at one point in time, they had the hormonal replacement therapy, and then they had the surgery because they're also dysmorphic, or they're dysphoric. They go through these steps, and now what we could do on another timeline, if we'd left that person alone, 10 years later, they just would have been cis.
Yeah, and I'm saying, looking back in hindsight, we could say that was a mistake, right?
There's no way to evaluate that. The only way that you would be able to
it's a hypothetical thought experiment.
I don't think that it would be a mistake. No, is the person satisfied with their sex change regardless?
Let's say they are. Would you say that's not a mistake?
I would say that would be the indicator, right? If you've got a person who's miserable for 10 years and then reconciles with the fact that they're straight, versus somebody who gets this procedure, spends the rest of their life not regretting that decision, what mistake was made on either side? Mistake doesn't have anything to do with it, right? It was just their life choice.
Well, yeah.
And a lot of that's dependent upon their circumstances too. Did they have access to therapy?
But you ended up doing something that was not needed to be done, and it increases risk of other health problems.
So
not
wearing sunblock exposes you to other health problems. Smoking cigarettes, drinking bourbon, too much bacon, all those things have those kinds of consequences. I'm not exactly sure why. Like, if the patient doesn't have a regret, why would it? Like, who is it a mistake for? What policy for the providers? I'm not seeing where the context of a mistake is here. Sounds like the person's satisfied one way or the other.
The context of the mistake is that they put themselves in higher risk. And I hear what you're saying. You're saying, well, of, let's say, osteoporosis or some other, or sterilization or some other things. So, but you're saying if they're happy with being sterile, if they're happy with having weaker bones, then there's no problem. That's what you're saying.
No, I would be questioning whether or not the risk of osteoporosis and the risk of sterilization are even there. Right? Like, why are you bringing that
completely different? That's a completely different topic. But
so let's say that they are aware of that these are legitimate risks, and the doctors lay this stuff out, and they're saying, in another 40, 50 years, you might be looking at X. Do you still want to do this? And they say yes, because they're dysphoric and they want to go through with it, and they do, and they live the rest of their life comfortable, confident, secure with that decision. Where's the mistake?
Well, in my hypothetical, the mistake was that they weren't truly trans to begin with, and so now you've done something. Who are you to say that they were truly trans? Because in hindsight, that if, let's say, 10 years go by, they don't identify as trans anymore.
Yeah.
Well, hang on. Maybe there's maybe a disconnect when someone says they're trans. Are they truly trans?
Right. That's what it depends on them, right? It's going to be based on their, not only their self-identification, but how they
so is trans fluid? Is that such a thing?
It is a little bit. Otherwise, you wouldn't have this kind of stuff in the spectrum, right? Like non-binary.
So if someone tells me they're trans, next year they might not be, and then the year after they may be again.
It depends on where they're at. It could be. It depends. Yeah, if they're trying to identify as something and they're working through some stuff. I mean, just like the kids that you were talking about in school. You know, your son's school. At 15 years old, a kid is saying like, "Well, I think I might be bi. I think I might be non-binary. I think I'm trans." And then a few years go by. Maybe they get some therapy. They're like, "No, I'm not. It turns out I'm just bi, or I'm heterosexual, or I'm actually trans." You know, but still straight. It could be any number one of those. It could be any of those combinations, right? It's
so if someone tells me they're trans, I can just say, "Well, for now."
No, it doesn't. That's irrelevant. Like, well, they could say the same thing to you. Like, do you identify as being cishet? Only for now. You're only heterosexual for now. You're only cis for now.
That's what I'm getting at. Like, I believe that I'm hetero. Like, there's a spectrum of proclivities, I guess. But do you do trans as a spectrum as well? Like, you're kind of trans, sort of trans, fully trans.
That's the reason why you have things like non-binary. You have trans. You have people who are dysphoric, who are experiencing real, emotional or mental anguish about the disconnect between what they feel they are, what they think they are, and how they see themselves, and how they're treated by society. So there are differences there. But so if somebody were to come up to you and you said, "Oh no, I'm just a cishet white guy," cishet for now.
So given that distribution curve of let's say 100% trans, and when it comes to doing more aggressive transition techniques, I think it would behoove every therapist to say, well, maybe wait 10 years before you do something.
They might.
Yeah, and I would applaud that therapist.
But they're also, if you're going into therapy for 2 years, they're already being told to wait. That's happening now. The other thing would be the helicoptered in emergency surgeons that take those 15 LGBTQ kids and start hacking into them and start pumping them full of hormones, right? Which is not real. That is a deranged narrative. That's not happening.
What's not real?
The fact that if a kid at 15, this is the thought experiment I gave you. If the 14 kids that identified at the age of 15, whatever, said that they were somewhere in the LGBTQ thing, they identified as that. Let's say out of the 14 of them were all trans, that immediately what we need to do is get hormones into them and get surgery. Health providers are not going to go to those.
How about after 2 years, does that happen?
It might. It depends on the therapy that they get.
Right. Yes. Have you?
Right. It depends on their situation. It depends on their health.
Have you heard of personal testimonies of people going in for, let's say, 3 visits and then also get a prescription after the 3rd visit for certain drugs to block puberty?
Yes, I think they have. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it does happen, right? And you would say that's not good, right?
Those are reversible drugs. You're just You're just staving off.
So you're okay with a short duration of prescriptions as long as it's reversible.
Those drugs always have. Those drugs were used for have been used for kids with.
I know. They're reversible if you take them short time.
So what? Yeah. Why would they're like puberty blockers?
But remember the reason they're given the prescription. The reason is because they're trans and they're struggling. But I'm saying, have you heard of these testimonials of people getting access to these drugs with under a short, within a short time frame? 3rd visit, 4th visit.
I have never heard. I have never heard a testimony from someone who got that care. I've only heard stories from people who are anti-trans activists say that.
Okay, I encourage you to watch some detransition type videos where people, and you can say they're all lying. Okay, but I have listened to some of them too, and they could be lying, but I've heard some people say, "Oh, after the 2nd visit, I got a prescription." To me, that sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen.
Why would that be a lawsuit for puberty blockers, right?
Because that's. Yeah, I think so. I think it was puberty blockers. Could have been HRT, but
that's not they're not undergoing. That's not equivalent to them undergoing a surgery or even hormonal.
I understand, but you're
so
okay
why do you
with.
have a problem?
Well, because it is a unwise. It's like going to the doctor and for having the flu or something, and getting prescribed antibiotics when antibiotics would not help the person. It's just like
The reason that people get the problem with that, people get prescribed antibiotics if they have a viral infection because it's used to prevent the secondary bacterial infection that often follows, especially with the flu. The abuse usually happens that people take a couple of them, feel better, stop taking them, then the bacterial infection
as long
gets
as
worse.
as long as the drug is reversible, you would say it's okay. Let's say a young kid, 15 years old, says, I'm trans, I'm struggling with my identity, goes to see a therapist. After session 2, they get prescribed puberty blockers. You're okay with that?
I don't think they can be prescribed puberty blockers at 15.
If that happened, would you be okay with that?
I would be okay with the puberty blockers at pretty much any age, right? Like
if they got prescribed puberty blockers after 2 visits, would you be okay with that? Lean yes, lean no.
It depends on the provider. I would,
lean yes. See, we are worlds apart.
I don't think you understand what the drug does. Why are you concerned about the effect of that drug? It's reversible. What difference does it make? Do you think that if the kid is getting the drug, they are now more susceptible to permanently remaining trans?
I do think it has effect.
This is part of the voodoo.
I do think that it has effect on their body, whether it's permanent or reversible. Of course, I'll even give you that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not talking about the effect it has on their body.
Even if you think it has zero effect, at least you could say it's a waste of money.
It's not a waste of money if you're dealing with, specifically if you're dealing with a kid who's going through a lot of dysphoria. If they start going through puberty, the dysphoria.
But you don't know that after 2 visits, do you?
You might. I don't know what the guidelines are for therapy and for treatment on that, but it could be. You could be dealing with a really distressed kid. And so and putting them on a regimen of that to prevent the puberty from happening while they get therapy might be that is probably the best course of action to keep them from losing their shit. And then as they get calmed down, maybe they get off that, the puberty blockers are removed, and the body's back to doing the puberty thing.
Like I
don't understand the concern here.
Yeah, it's obvious you don't understand the concern, and part of the reason is probably because you don't have kids. But or do you?
Well, no, I have a lot of young nephews and nieces, and if they're going through this, my concern would be that they're getting the best care, not to be like, oh, well, the doc put you on a puberty blocker. Well, it's too late now. You've just been cucked into permanent feel sorry forism liberalism, right, or something like that. Like, I don't understand what's going on with the puberty blockers. That's a different issue than somebody getting transition.
Why do you think
completely transitioning?
Why do you think Norway, Sweden, and a lot of other European places that were the forefront of gender affirming care with things like puberty blockers and HRT, why do you think they're scaling back and reversing some of their protocols? First of all, have you heard that?
Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know what the actual numbers are on that, but I had heard that. At least one Scandinavian country was kind of reversing course but it was never clear to me with the way it was getting reported if what they were trying to reverse was actual, gender reassignment surgery, or if that included rolling back whether or not they were going to prescribe puberty blockers.
It was mostly puberty blockers.
That's what they were.
Yeah. And I agree, the bottom surgery, well, it's not, I don't think it's zero, but I think that's not the real issue here. We're talking about puberty blockers and other drugs. They're rolling it back. They're having questions. They're saying that we don't have enough data and we don't know enough, and so we ought not prescribe these things to kids as a general protocol. Maybe you can come up with exceptions in very severe cases. But for the reason of just being gender dysphoric, no, we shouldn't. So this is my paraphrasing of these studies or these proclamations from these European countries. And I think it's happening now in the US too, and it will continue. I actually think the trans issue is basically done at this point. I think 70% of the American population do not want trans women in women's sports. I think when it comes to these the drug issues, more and more people are waking up that for kids, this is a bad idea. Adults, go for it. And so I actually think this is a non-issue. So even if you disagree with me on this, I don't think it matters. It's you have the task of trying to convince the majority of Americans at this point. I don't think I need to convince anyone.
Okay, so I think you're conflating a variety of different things here. Bart here says, "Great job, Doug." And the safety of children is the position we should always take. I agree. If the safety of the kid, if a puberty blocker is recommended by a care provider to help a kid who's going through an intense amount of dysphoria, and that's going to help give them some kind of, care, right? And then they're going to be recommended therapy to start discussing these issues and deal with it. The number one concern is the safety of the kid. The idea here is that, well, if you guys are okay with using these drug interventions or these therapy protocols, you're not concerned about the safety of the kids. They are, right? They're dealing with a patient that's coming to them suffering from something, right? Or if they're not dysphoric, they have questions about something. So I think really what we ought to do, what we need is national health care and access to psychological care, mental health care for everybody. That would settle this whole thing. If the issue, because this isn't an issue for wealthy people. If wealthy people have this issue with the kid, they can quietly get their kid into healthcare and get them into medical care and get them the treatment and therapy that they need. The 14 kids that identified as LGBTQ, your son's school, that then switched back, how many of them were rich?
I have no idea, but my guess is the school that my son goes to is not, it would be maybe slightly upper middle class, but it would not be the richest part of where I live, not by far.
Okay. So in a lot of cases, what you could be dealing with are kids precisely doing what you were talking about, where they're trying to figure it out. And they're thinking that
I think a lot of those kids, their
parents,
I think a lot of those kids, their parents got divorced during that time.
That doesn't follow. How do you know? Okay, and if somebody came along and said all 14 of those kids were raised by fundamentalist Christians, what would you do then? It wouldn't change.
Then
you've only got 14, wrong. But it'd just be anecdotal, right? Like you don't really have.
Yeah, I admitted that.
You brought up this idea. You brought up this idea, like, oh, okay, well, it's these liberal kids, these kids with these liberal parents. They're the ones that are going to get, they're going to be susceptible to that. Like, that's not my experience.
No. I wouldn't say liberal kids. I would say kids that come from homes that are going through stress. In fact, I would love to see a study on that. And I'm not sure. I have seen studies on single parent, two parents correlated to trans, but it wasn't like it. I would love to see a study of homeschooling kids. And even you can remove religion. There's a lot of homeschoolers that are not religious. They just homeschool for other reasons. And see what is the trans rate or queer rate amongst homeschooling versus, let's say, public schools. I would love to see a study like that. I think that would be extremely interesting.
Which way do you think it would go? Not that I'm in.
My intuitions say that it would go that not that would be zero, but the non-binary and queer would be at a much lower rate than public schools. And again, I'm saying factor out religion. Like I'm an atheist and I homeschooled my kids. So, before I go, I wanted to, how's your bladder doing?
That's fine.
Are you better than a Nazi?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I don't think
why I ask, right?
Well, I never commented on that response video, but mostly because I think that if you're standing in Gen Pop with a group of hardened criminals, you ask the guy like, "Hey, what are you in here for?" And he's like, "Oh, I killed an entire family." Like, "Well, that's pretty harsh, man. Maybe you deserve to be in here." He's like, "Yeah, but I never flew a plane into the tower." right? I mean, it's just a race to the bottom.
But you
at that
said
point.
you should never tell someone. Correct me if I'm wrong. I thought I heard you say you should never say to someone that you're better than them.
I think your thing was, well, I'm not going to say to this person that, you know, I'm better than you, then I'm a racist, or I'm not a rapist, or something like that. That, you know, they could look at you and be like, okay, well, I never cheated on my taxes, you know, or find something worse about you. I never once kicked a puppy directly in the face, you know. And they're like, oh yeah, well, you're a rapist, I'm better than you. Like, no, you don't know that.
Because I do think I'm better than some people. Do you think you're better than some people?
I think that I've got actions that I've done that have been better than other people's actions. I've made some choices better than others, but
people are a summation of their actions. Do you agree?
No.
Oh, interesting. See, okay, yeah. Then we have a fundamental difference. Because I'm a naturalist. I don't think we have inherent value based on natural law or God's law or whatever. I think we do have value as being Homo sapiens, but most of our value comes from the summation of our ideas and actions. You don't agree with that?
I think that's generally not bad, but I don't think that encompasses the whole thing, because you're going to end up dealing with people who
I agree,
because not everybody is going to have the same choices.
So would you think that it's a horrible thing for me to say, in general, Pine Creek Doug is better than some people? You think that's an awful thing to say?
I think it's an irrelevant thing to say. Right. It does it even by the standard that you gave, right? There's lots of people that are better than you. There's lots of people that are better. Right. So it doesn't matter. Right. Like in terms of like talking about like some kind of social or political issue, especially for like public policy, I don't think it really matters. But if you're getting punished for doing something horrible, like sexual assault, you know, that's different.
But why did you say on one of those live streams that I should go get a swastika tattoo?
Because when you went into the whole thing, you made it about a black person and then rape. And I thought making that connection, I thought that you were doing a little bit of race baiting there. That's why. I thought the way that you set up that little hypothetical at that point was race baiting.
Yeah, if you go back and listen to it, I'm talking about one particular individual.
Right. Who just happened to be black and a rapist.
Yeah. And
right. I thought you were being a little bit race baiting with that one. Because it doesn't matter what the color of their skin is, right? You could have just said, "Oh, I'm talking to this person. It turns out he did time for sexual assault."
I'm not so sure I actually said that. I was talking about racial issues before that, and then I brought up the rape, right? So I'm not exactly sure you're right about that, but maybe you are.
The way, I mean, you did it kind of quickly, but yeah, that was the reason why I said that. The way that you framed it, it seemed like a kind of cheap race baiting kind of thing to do. The race of the individual didn't need to come into it. You're just trying to say, look, I'm talking to this person, and it turns out they're a sex offender, or they've done time or are doing time for sexual assault. I'm better than you. Like, okay, but you know, somebody else could be like, oh, you're kind of kicking them while they're down, right? You know.
But I am better than a rapist, right? Because I've never raped.
But I mean, yeah, in the category of not committing sexual assaults, are you a better well,
that's a big one. I mean you would have to do so many other good things to make the net balance thing work out, like as the Muslims say, you know, it's a scale. But if I raped on a monthly basis, I think most people, no matter, even if you're a progressive woke person who is worried about this,
it's a race to the bottom though, because even the guy that you're talking to could be like, yeah, I did that and I regret it. I was drunk and a dumb kid and I took advantage of a woman, but I never flew a plane into the tower. You know, I'm no terrorist. You know, it's just a race to the bottom with that kind of thing. Like I'm better.
But I'm happy.
I'm
happy we're the same on that. You and I both are better than some people.
Well, I think everybody's better than Nazis, even like the perfunctory Nazis. Just like, I was just in the party, you know, to get the benefits. I didn't get, you know, I didn't work at any of the camps. Like, yeah, you're still a Nazi.
Because I think admitting that is the first step to getting out of the cult of wokeness. Because
there's no such thing as a cult of wokeness. You guys,
in my mind, there is.
Yeah, in your mind, you need to be disabused of that notion. That's why I'm here.
And so part of my definition of wokeness is being tolerant of bad behavior because of one's skin color or oppression or whatever. They're black. You can't hold them to the same standards. I mean, I'm not saying you do this or even anybody listening right now, but there are some people who feel so sorry for oppressed minorities or protected classes that they will allow bad behavior in their mind and not really judge them as much. And I'm saying the first step to get out of that is to look someone in the eye, even if they're an oppressed minority, and say, you screwed up here. You did a bad thing here. And I don't care if you're trans. I don't care if you're African-American. Bad, bad, bad. Shame, shame, shame. And and here's now my guess. My guess is it's very hard for progressive
far
leftists to do that.
No, it's not.
Good. I hope you're right.
They do it to conservatives all the time. You guys complain that conservatives are that progressives and liberals are always trying to shame you guys because you lack empathy or you lack logic or something like that.
I'm all for that.
There's not enough shame going on. Like there is enough shame and being passed around in the United States. There's no deficit of it.
Right, but I'm talking about shame. I'm talking about shaming people of protected classes and oppressed minorities. Are you willing to shame those people
as a group or an individual from that group?
On an individual basis.
If an individual is like, let's say you've got a Hannibal Lecter who was not a highly educated psychologist, but instead was a corner boy in Baltimore, but was killing and eating people. Yeah, I'm going to shame that guy.
Okay, right? But let's say
regardless of his race, right? He's just a drug dealer, and then on the side, he kills and eats people. Like he's a cannibal for fun. Like, yeah, I'm going to shame that person, but I'm not going to I'm not going to turn around and be like, well, that's what you expect from I'm not even going to say, well, you expect this kind of behavior out of corner boys. That's a non sequitur. You expect this kind of behavior out of people in Baltimore. That's a non sequitur. You'd expect this kind of behavior out of people from Maryland. Or you expect this kind of behavior out of people who are lower class and a particular skin color. Those are all non sequiturs. So no, shaming them because they're a cannibal for kicks.
Well, cannibal is a pretty extreme example. I'm talking about, like, let's say here's a good one that might trigger. It won't trigger you, but trigger some people listening. Shame them for being poor.
That's stupid.
Okay. Now we found something. Do you think, so imagine a poor person. Do you think that there are choices that individual made that led to them being poor?
There could be. But
there could be, but a lot of times it's not. Do you? Okay, let's do the pie chart on that one, shall we? Let's say a person's poor. Yeah. So imagine a pie chart. And with only two criteria. Criteria one, personal choices that they've made. So we're talking about the poor person. Option two is all other reasons.
Uh-huh.
What percentage would you give, let's say, an African-American in Detroit who's poor? What allocation would you put?
No idea. I think that this is a
no idea.
This is a very strange thought experiment. It's
an uncomfortable one.
It's going to change person to person. And even if you had to ask the person individually, you have people out there that will will completely internalize and blame themselves for being poor. And it's a great sense of stress and
okay, let's flip it. Let's get specific. Let's do me. Okay. So I'm upper middle class. What percentage would you say is my personal choices that led to my state in the world versus, let's say, white privilege?
As far as white privilege goes, I don't know what percentage it would be, but it does play a part. It definitely has for me in my life.
What's your intuitions? And I'm not going to hold you to it. It's like these are just fun guesses.
So, no, you would hold me to it. Don't lie. You're going to hold me to it. So if I see 20%, you're going to come back with 20.
Assuming I'm successful, what percentage do you think is because of the personal choices I made versus me being white? And maybe my parents were upper middle class. Like, do you have no intuitions on that?
I think
50-50.
No, the problem with what you're talking about, right, is that I think you assume that in a capitalist society like we've got, the way we've got it,
Mm-hmm.
you will be rewarded financially for doing things the right way. Do you believe that?
Yeah, in general, yes. Of course, there's
I do not.
exceptions.
I do
Yeah,
not.
and this is why we're different.
But that's because I personally, getting to that anecdotal evidence and seeing the statistical evidence too, there are plenty of people that you can point to that work 2 and 3 jobs and just to
course.
make ends meet. Yeah.
Of course.
So the idea of doing it the right way it's basically like asking a bunch of people to hit a constantly moving target that's simultaneously shrinking.
But why do you think people, what led to that? Let's say working 3 jobs just to make ends meet. What are the factors that led to that?
I don't know. It's different per person.
Base case. What are some factors that would lead someone to have to work 3 jobs to make ends meet?
I'll give you this case. COVID hit, right? And they got a little bit of money. But then there was this weird housing boom, right? And on top of a bunch of people going out trying to buy their first houses with some COVID bucks or something, it turns out that a bunch of development companies, this is lined up, came in and bought up a bunch of rental properties and commercial properties all throughout the city that they live in. So no fault of this individual at all. They then find that by the time COVID is just about wrapping up, their rent has tripled. So now they're working extra jobs just to not get evicted. That's a circumstance where they didn't make a choice. The choice was made for them because
I don't disagree with it. I actually think it's the Federal Reserve more the problem that causes wealth disparity in this country than anything else, but that's another topic.
I would say it's the policy decisions that allow for the formation of billionaires. The existence of a billionaire should be a moral problem.
I totally disagree with that. But anyhow,
I know. But that's because you're compromised ethically by capitalist ideology.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha.
We can shift to billionaires. So you're saying billionaires should not exist?
Billionaires should not exist. No one should have that. I don't believe that anybody should have that control over that much dead capital. No.
Why? Because
if you believe in at least a kind of pluralist society where people have a say on it, I'm a big proponent of democratizing work, democratizing economic output. The idea of one person having an enormous amount of wealth just kind of hoarded like that, where they can theoretically show up and say, buy a town, you have a disconnect between what you have for hey, you have the ability to vote in a president, you have the ability to vote for your political representation, but Jeff Bezos can show up and buy your entire town out from under you, and they have enough money and lawyers that they can do that.
I'm still waiting to hear why is that a problem? Because
your democracy, your capacity to engage democratically in the economy only extends to the upper limit of wealth that a private capitalist can bring to bear. And then
what do you mean by that?
You have the ability to engage in a kind of performative democracy. You can go out and vote for some proposals.
Right.
You can vote for representation. But when you go to work, you are a serf. You do what the boss says. You toe the line. You don't have the same kind of democratic representation when you're at work that you would as a citizen. And if you have individuals with billions of dollars, they can bring to bear an enormous amount of privatization onto a community where you have even less democratic access than you did before. So I think that level of power is extremely corrupting and needs to be curtailed.
Okay.
No one person should have that access.
So you're not saying just being a billionaire makes you evil?
No.
Okay.
I just think it's a corrupting influence that needs to be reined in.
Because when you said something about unethical before, but you're not saying that. So my beef against you is not that.
The policy that allows the existence of billionaires in a society, in an economy, I think is unethical. And for whatever reason, whatever argument, whether it's an absence of legislation or in a lot of cases, it's because of the kinds of legislation in the economy that we have those kinds of people, and we're dealing with the problems of having that. I mean, we have problems now of like multi-generational wealth inheritance. You have, people who basically they were born with a sufficiently large enough trust fund, and it's stupid for them to engage in the workforce. It's better for them to sit on their money and let their money work for them while they engage in a life of leisure. And in the meantime, people with money comparable to them bought out the residential properties of a town and forced a person to not only work full time, but to work extra time at multiple jobs just to stay housed. That is a moral and ethical problem, and it's a policy failure.
Do you think most billionaires are such a small percentage, but most, let's say, multi-millionaires and up got their money in ill ways, bad ways?
No, I think that, most of the time, I think you're missing the point. The fact that they were able
I'm just
to
asking
accumulate the
a
wealth of-
separate question to get at your attitude. Like, is your
it's
attitude?
not separate; it's connected.
Okay, is your attitude that most very, very wealthy people are immoral type people?
No, but I think that they're corrupted. I do think that they're being corrupted by their own wealth.
Okay, so I agree with you that that with a lot of money comes with a lot of power, and a lot of power can be a temptation for corruption. But you're not saying that's a default position. That, like, would you say that they're corrupted 90% of the time, 55% of the time, like
100% of the time? If power corrupts,
100% of the time.
If power corrupts and money equals power, then it follows that money corrupts, and the more money that you have corrupts, you're even more likely to get corrupted. They are already corrupted.
So Bill Gates saving millions of lives in Africa is still corrupt.
That behavior is not corrupt. The fact that an individual was able to amass that wealth from the jump is corrupting.
Right. That's what I'm
getting.
getting. Well, it's corrupting, but if what corruption have they done? Like, you can imagine a billionaire who uses his money for philanthropy only.
I can imagine a slave owner taking really good care of his slaves too. But the institution of slavery was corrupting not only for the slaves, but also
right. You're saying the ontology of being a billionaire is bad.
Yes.
No matter what they do with that money.
Do you believe that power is corrupting?
Yes, but that doesn't mean that a particular billionaire will be corrupted. Right?
That doesn't follow. If power is corrupting and money equals power,
when you say corrupting, I'm thinking of tempting. Like, it can lead to something, but doesn't necessarily mean it does.
Okay, let me specify this. So in the case that these people are the individual billionaire, right, is personally, morally, and ethically on the hook, right, for being blamed for being a billionaire, is not the point I'm trying to make. I'm not saying it's their fault they're a billionaire. Get them. I'm saying it's the fault of our society and our government that we have policies in place that allow people to accumulate that much private capital.
How much money do you think? What's the max a person should accumulate, in your opinion?
Well, I don't know if the max is even important. I think if you're going to do something like progressive,
well, no, it is. It's definitely not $1 billion. So what's the most I can earn?
Right. Well, that I'm going to allow you to.
Yeah, if you could run society.
This is how I would adjust it. I would basically adjust the policy so that if you're making between, let's say you're just starting out, you don't pay any taxes, right? If you're making based on inflation now and the cost of housing, if you're making under $80,000 and under, you're not paying any taxes.
Correct,
if you're making over $80,000, you're going to start paying some taxes, but not particularly high. Once you get to about $1 million annually, you're going to start paying higher taxes. I would say probably at the point of maybe $750,000. Every dollar you earn after $750,000 gets taxed at 90%.
Okay, so you're basically saying no one should even be millionaires.
No. Yeah.
I mean earning millions.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
You're going to have them anyway. You're still going to have them. It's just that at that point, you're going to end up flattening that kind of curve out. You're not going to be, what we end up having now instead is that if you make between $50,000 and $100,000 a year, you pay a lot, in relation to your spending.
Man, that's why you didn't say 100% instead of 90.
You don't tax away all their dollars, because I wouldn't tax away all their money, right?
Why not?
Because that's not really the point. And you're not taxing. If somebody earns $750,000 a year, you're not taxing away 90% of $750,000.
I know, but why?
You're taxing away 90% of every dollar after that.
Right. Why wouldn't you tax 100% every dollar after that?
Because I don't think that would be necessary. 90% is sufficient.
Wouldn't be, but see, this is where it gets tricky. One could say, well, maybe 70% is sufficient. right?
Right, but where is it at now? I think it caps off at 28%.
No, 37.5 on earnings.
37.5 is the highest it goes.
Yeah.
And what do you have to earn to hit that rate? 150
I think
grand?
No. It's higher than that. I got it right here if you want to know, but I guess the question I'm asking is, if you're willing to go 90, why not go 100? And you say, well, it's not necessary. If you say it's not necessary, then why not go down to 70? Like,
well, you could, right? I'm flexible on the rate. I'm just throwing out a rate on there, right? That's basically pre-World War II, right? Or actually even post-World War II.
Pre-World War II was 70.
Right. And then I think it got up as high as 92 at some point in the 50s, maybe 50s and 60s. And then like Kennedy started dropping it. Kennedy dropped the top rate. And then it continued to kind of get,
and then
the top rates kept coming down.
Reagan dropped it big time.
Yeah. He was kind of following Kennedy's example.
Okay. So if I develop a drug that saves billions of people's lives and I charge only $1 for the drug, or let's say $2, and then I get $1 after all the distribution fees and all that, and billions of people buy this drug because let's say there's a virus and they need to, I become a billionaire. Is that bad?
Yeah, that could be.
Wow.
That amount of capital accumulation could be bad. The easiest way to curtail that
could be bad, but it's not bad. Could be bad.
It depends on, okay, because now you're getting into a different case, right? Because there's two different things happening in our society anyway. There's what you earn as a person, whether you're making wages or investments or whatever, and there's what a company can make, right? So if a company's making billions of dollars, that could be potentially corrupting, especially if the company is just the name you operate under, or is the company arranged to be, say, like a co-op?
37% single taxpayer, 578,000 and up.
Okay.
But once you add state taxes, in some blue states, you're basically at 50%. Half your income is going to state or federal. Yeah. I think the tax rates are good where they're at. I don't think being a billionaire is, and I think we're agreed on this, it's not evil by definition, right? It's you're saying
the billionaire status is, yes, it would be bad by definition. I'm not saying that
then we're different on that.
The individual in that category who is a billionaire is not necessarily an evil person, but they are in the process of being corrupted by the massive amount of wealth our policy allows. Because what do? They turn around and do. They make sure that, they the amount of money that they would pay on taxes in terms of capital gains, which is the amount of money their money earns, is lower than what a cop would pay on the money they earn doing a very tough job. That is a moral problem.
Yeah. Okay, we have a disagreement there, but let me give an argument and see what you think of it on why you ought not tax someone 90% above, let's say, 750,000. And the argument is very much similar to compounding when you buy a CD. So imagine a person who's really good at finance. Imagine a person who's really good at innovation or research or inventions, whatever you want to call it, just really good at business and earning money. Okay.
Right.
And imagine they start with, let's say they get, they have money, they start working, and they get, let's say, a 20% return on their money, year after year after year. But if you tax them at 90%, they have less money to reinvest in their entrepreneurship, on their innovation. But let's say you have two scenarios where you tax them at a low rate, but then when they die, you take like 80% of it, or you tax them at a high rate like you want. I would say to you that you end up getting more tax revenue because of compounding by taxing them less and then take it when they're dead. Do you agree or disagree?
I don't think that actually pans out, because that's a little bit
it does. You can actually do an Excel spreadsheet, and I've done this, and you can show this. It's pure math. It's compounding interest. Like if you have money, in a savings account and it's compounding, if you take dollars out of that, it's like you've really set back that compounding, because now you have less money to gain interest on. The same holds true with productive members of society who get good return on their investment. if you tax them, you actually can end up hurting society more, because you could make more tax dollars if you were to tax them less and then have, let's say, a higher estate tax when they die.
Right, but the point of taxation from my perspective isn't about necessarily like the state collecting enough revenue, right? It's usually about controlling like the cost of things. It's more about but I tend to lean into more like
what
I believe in non-orthodox economics. Like I like MMT. So the idea,
magic monetary theory.
yeah, right. It's not magic. It's just accounting. But
you said something interesting, and I'm interested in this because I'm in the finance world. You said you're more interested in taxation for controlling the cost of things.
Yeah, it's more about it's about kind of reining in disparities in income. It's about reining in the capacity for one individual to just become a multi-billionaire.
It's more of a punishment. You don't want people be.
No, that's the Jesse Helms in you talking, pal. That's the Rush Limbaugh.
Well, that's what it really sounds like.
It's actually taxation in an MMT thing. Taxation is basically just the way. And actually, even if you're not MMT,
you don't want some people to be doing better than other people. That's what I'm hearing you say.
No, that's not it.
You said disparity.
You want to reduce that disparity. Do you want to have people that are working 3 jobs and they're still getting kicked out of their houses?
No, I don't.
Okay, but then you have other people that are so wealthy they have more money than a population.
Right.
In the country could spend
it's jealousy. It's covetingness. It's not fair that you're doing well and I'm struggling. That's what you're saying.
No, you've missed my point entirely.
Disparity. That's wealth imbalance. You don't want that.
You don't want that, because then guess what you end up getting in that case? You get an enormous amount of dead capital from billionaires that are shifting their money around, and you also get price disparities.
Dead capital.
Dead capital.
I agree that it's dead capital if it's in their mattress, but do you think billionaires keep their money in their mattress?
No. If you have an enormous amount of money sitting around and essentially like laying in the cut and earning a little bit of interest here and there, I agree that the government, depending on how it arranges its little capital gains taxes and stuff, might be able to take a piece of that action, and that might work out. But if a lot of that money is just sitting there, what
do you mean by just sitting there? What's in your mind of where billionaires keep their money?
Sitting there in comparison to helping out actual people's lives, as opposed to just earning a cut for a wealthy person to get a little wealthier.
Investing in innovation helps people's lives?
Potentially, but the history of our economy has shown that that's not really what's going on, right?
What? Google is a U.S. company. Microsoft is a U.S. company. Apple is a U.S. company. Innovation. It's helped American lives, yes?
Right. And to what extent were they borrowing ideas from, like, say, the U.S. Department of Defense?
Yeah, the military is a U.S. entity.
Right.
It helps everybody.
Right.
Capitalism has helped people.
It's also hurt a lot, right? And
sure.
Now
socialism has helped people and has hurt people.
Have you read Capital by Thomas Piketty?
No.
This is a book about 15 years old now, 20 years old now, probably. Yeah, he basically points out, I mean, he's not as critical of capitalism as I am, but then again, I'm a socialist. I don't think he's advocating for people losing, the ability to own private land, which I think needs to go away. But the notion that he brings up is that if you have this kind of wealth disparity kick up, like we've seen, like the inequality that you see, the problem with it is that you end up having capital formation happening in terms of inheritance, and then you have a growing underclass that's constantly pissed off and essentially defeated and less economically viable, which basically makes your country crappy.
So, I was really interested in one thing you said, because I don't think I disagree with you, but you said taxation, the main use is to control pricing.
Part of it. I mean, I think largely taxation is used to justify it's to legitimize a fiat currency, which the U.S. definitely uses. The idea of taxing that back as a way of kind of like these debts are payable with.
But what you're really saying is, and this is what I found so interesting about it, and again, I don't necessarily disagree with you. In fact, I agree with you, but I don't think I would have the guts to implement it. But inflation is high; it's coming down, but prices are still going up. what you're really saying is to combat inflation, we need to raise taxes, and not just on the rich people, but everybody.
Well, at this point, I would say that I would agree with you halfway. You don't need to raise taxes much on anyone under, say, $100,000. You might raise it a little bit on anybody earning over 150 or over 250, but you definitely want to raise it for people that are personally making more than 500,000 or $1 million. Yeah, you could do that, but again, the other thing that you'd probably want to do is restrict things like international. Like say international companies buying residential property. New Zealand had this issue with Chinese companies coming in and buying
I agree with you there.
properties and house. Yeah, that should be ended because really those are the two killers, right? I mean, rent and like fuel costs and stuff like that.
You're gonna be shocked, but I agree with you on what you said about raising taxes on, let's say 200, 300,000 people. If your goal is to get inflation down, because I think taxation is such a drag on the economy that if you want to cool down the economy, tax people, and you really want to tax heavily, and you want to tax the. I think the reason that we're where we are now is a 1-2 hit. Well, we did have a lot of money that went out. The Trump administration made sure that there was a lot of aid going out to people during the COVID thing because a lot of people were displaced or furloughed at home and all this kind of stuff. A lot of people got big, unemployment benefits. PPP. A lot of that stuff went in. There was a lot of federal money going in, and I agree with most of that. I don't agree with the fraud that private, people engaged in some cases, but I agree with that kind of direct public spending into the population during a national emergency. Am I hearing you say Trump did a good thing?
Well, he disagreed with some of them, and then he turned around and blamed Republicans for doing it, or blamed Democrats for doing the things that he took credit for during the pandemic. But I think some of them were good. I think some of the ways they were implemented were not. They didn't have enough checks and balances on them, but they were just trying to get as much government money out into the private sector to keep the economy from cratering.
That's what we have. Part of the reason why we have inflation now.
That was punch 2. Everybody forgets punch 1, which was his tax cuts for the very wealthy and wealthy corporations. If you combine tax cuts as big as he did, and then follow that up with a lot of direct government spending into other sections of the economy, like working class people who aren't able to work because of the pandemic. Wait a minute. That will follow with inflation.
If you're an MMT guy, what does it? Oh, okay, but taxation's not to punish. It's to lower pricing for you. Like why should we tax rich people at all if you're an MMT guy? Why don't we just print it?
Theoretically, you don't have for MMT to work. Theoretically, you don't have to impose taxes on anyone.
Yeah, and so
you don't.
This is an interesting thing about MMT, because I use this to raise cognitive dissonance in the far left people. I tell them it's much easier to print the money than actually wait for people to earn it and then tax them at a high rate. Why not just, who cares about taxes? It's not an efficient way to get money. Let's just print it. It sounds like you're kind of that guy, right?
Well, I'm sympathetic to that argument, but I think it's more complicated than that, because you do have issues like that where you have private actors printing money as it is, like creditors, right? They're injecting money into the economy. Like they're in a way kind of indirectly printing money. And that function gets a little bit more.
Yeah, that's the Federal Reserve backing them.
Well, yeah, but at the same time, you could have a completely different system where you just provided individuals with a UBI and then didn't tax it, right? So you had no wages. People had a direct government wage, basically like Social Security from the time you were 18. Say that's when you need to start earning money, is at the age of 18. You're an adult now, go get a job. At the age of 18, you get a UBI, and it's basically like your Social Security benefit. And then whatever you earn on top of that is supplemental to that.
Yeah. Have you noticed that fewer and fewer people are talking about MMT because we do have inflation? It's like the death knell to MMT theory is inflation, and we have it.
But the problem with the way that it was done, again, it's not inconsistent. MMT, like say you were talking to Stephanie Kelton, I think she would acknowledge that if you have a term, a 4-year period with a president like Trump, who cuts taxes massively for mostly wealthy people, mostly wealthy tax brackets.
That's irrelevant to MMT, because you don't need to have taxation with MMT.
Not for revenue, but it's not irrelevant for inflation. The central idea behind MMT is that the government can purchase all of the goods and services in the economy up to what its maximum amount is, right? And not trigger. The theory is they could do that and not trigger inflation. The problem is that they spend over that. If you start overpaying that, then you're going to get inflation, right? But theoretically, the government can essentially, with fiat currency, take control of all of the goods and services and the labor, basically pay for it all out of pocket, right? And it probably would not lead to inflation. What would lead to inflation is if they were overspending on it, basically paying more than what it was actually worth. How they actually evaluate its actual value involves mathematics that, frankly, I don't understand. But that's one thing that they hold to. So the idea that they're saying here, the idea that you had inflation following a 1-2 punch of tax cuts on the very wealthy and wealthy corporations combined with direct government spending into the rest of the population will lead to inflation, even under MMT models. They would say the same thing. What they would probably do is say, what you need to do is provide direct care or direct payments to, say, the bottom 3 tiers in your society in terms of earnings, provide them direct benefits, and heavily tax the very, very upper ones to shrink that disparity down a little bit, and then you will cool the economy.
You're making it sound like Trump drastically reduced tax rates. He didn't.
No, I'm just saying it's a combination of the two. What you ended up having, you would admit, like, there was a lot of excitement after he passed that. There was a big run up. The market really seemed to like it. When the pandemic hit, though, like, the excitement was gone. Everybody thought that we were going to run out of oil and that the sky was going to drop in. And then you follow that up with the billions, maybe even trillions of dollars we spent on direct spending. That's not a good combo. So,
well, yeah, I agree. Government spending is partly due to inflation.
Well, government spending is usually really, really highly conducive to private growth, right? Because if the government spending is usually, in the form of some kind of the direct spending into the private sector, you get to turn around and use that for your own goals, right?
In my opinion, it's not as efficient as private spending. But what's your guess of how much Trump decreased the tax rate? And tax rate, I'm not talking about effective rate.
Oh, I don't know, because I know the only thing I know is that didn't he change didn't he reduce the number of brackets, the number of tiers?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the very top tier. They're about the same.
Didn't he only drop it from like 39.5 to 37.5?
Yeah.
It dropped it 2 points, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he, let's say if you're making $100,000 a year, he dropped it from.
But what were the tax breaks for corporations? Like what else is in the
corporations don't even make a dent into our like. I think it was 28 down to 15 or 20. I think they settle on 20, 22, 28 to 22. I think it was.
Okay.
But do you know how small the corporate tax revenue base is compared to the individual? It's tiny.
Was that because of the dodging?
Like, in other words, you could tax them at 100%, and it would still be smaller than the individual.
Yeah, no, that's probably true. Yeah,
yeah.
If you can collect a penny from every person, that's better than collecting a buck from every company.
Right. And if you were to tax, let's say, people who make over $500,000 a year at 90%, did you realize that we would still have deficits?
Yeah, but I don't care about deficits.
Right, you're an MMT guy.
Yeah.
How can you not care about deficits when interest payments are a real thing?
Even Cheney didn't care about deficits.
I agree. Hey, Republicans are just as bad. Well, they're not quite as bad, but very, very bad on government spending. Yeah. So yeah, I agree with you there. They're basically the same type of.
But they proved that, right? They even took credit for it. Like, I think we've shown deficits don't matter. They're kind of patting themselves, and they don't, not in the way that people usually think. Like, I don't believe in balanced budgets either. I think a balanced budget that's just a metric for showing what you've got coming in. But trying to say that the government is a piggy bank that requires.
Does the amount we spend on the military matter?
Yeah.
Okay. How can you say the amount that we spend on the military matters, but not deficits? Because they're both line item expenses. Like, when I say line item expenses, I'm talking about the interest we pay on deficits.
But I think that gets a little bit different, right? Because isn't a lot of our debt paid out as T-bills? Like the way our debt is even usually
No,
communicated to the
it's
public is incorrect.
paying interest on bonds, bills. That line item is now bigger than the line item of defense spending. So if defense spending matters to you, why not the interest we pay on deficits and debt?
Well, it probably does matter, but I don't know that it matters in
Yes.
the way that a lot of people think it does.
It matters because it crowds out other things that we can spend things on. But you don't believe in that budget should even be balanced, right?
If the government, well, it's still public, it's public spending into private hands, right? The deficit?
Right.
Who owns the debt?
It's probably 80% the US citizen and 20% foreign.
Right. So that's money that the government is paying.
You're saying budgets don't matter.
I'm saying a balanced budget doesn't necessarily matter. No.
Doesn't necessarily matter.
That's just it's just a metric, right? I mean, if you go over budget or under budget, I don't know. I mean, I think the way that the government tries to usually, I think conservative ideologues usually put the idea forward that the government has a piggy bank and it's all out of quarters, and we can't run the economy on credit cards, and none of that actually is how the government works. That's not how the economy works.
I know, but if deficits matter sometimes, I would think it would matter right now. We're at $1.1 trillion deficit. This is only the year end for our government is September. So this is October, November, December, January, February, March, April. This is April.
So you want the government to stop?
This is 6. This is 6 months. So we're on pace for $2.2 trillion in a deficit. And look at our net interest. It's almost the same as national defense. So, but are you saying this number doesn't matter?
Doug, I already said that it can matter. I said it doesn't matter in the way that I think a lot of people fearmonger about it. If you let's say that you paid that debt off, that debt's gone. Nobody who owns that debt.
When does it matter and when doesn't it? You said it can matter. Give me an example when it does matter.
If the government were to pay it off, just like you had mentioned about what were we talking about before? I think it was capital gains. You've got money kind of sitting in an account, earning interest, right? The amount of money that's paying out in interest is money being paid directly from the government into private hands. So that's feeding private economic growth. So that number is going to show up as profits somewhere in the private sector. If you pay that out and eliminate it, they're not earning interest on that debt. You just cut off an income feed into the private market, right? It's the other side of the book.
Yeah, and this is why earnings of companies have not gone down, even though interest rates have gone up. I agree with you there, but when
so if you want to cut them off, fine. I think it'd be interesting to find out what would happen, but I mean, I would think that you would want the government injecting a little bit of money into. I mean, money's money, right?
Yes, I agree with you there, but the thing is, once you have interest rates going up, this line item goes up, net interest goes up. And so now you have a huge offset. See, the government gets their money from private citizens, right? Not the other way around.
It's the other way around, but
see, this we're so different. It's unbelievable.
I'm glad that you're saying this. You're saying this now more than you usually said. Like, I think we agree more than we don't. And I think you're coming to the conclusion like, no, we don't. We're very different.
Well, on some things we definitely agree, but on the very basics, like to me, the foundation of the treasury is the people supporting the treasury. Like money goes from individuals and corporations who work, and they give money through taxation to the government. And it seems like your perception of how reality works it's the other way around. Without the government, the people can't do anything or something like that. Am I wrong?
No, but I think it starts with credit, not cash.
Okay.
So the idea that the government, so there's a fundamental, well, yeah, in a way, there's a fundamental flaw in basic economics that tries to tell people that barter was first, and then we got some cash, we got a medium of exchange and stuff like that. No, it turns out that's not the case. First form, and probably the most sophisticated medium of exchange that that man has, is credit. And so the government never, when it establishes itself, does not have to establish a revenue pile before it can then start paying out and buying things, right? It starts out on credit. It starts automatic, it issues, currency of some form or another, and it can be based on different things. But the idea that, the way the US is kind of running things, it obviously left a mineral standard a long time ago. It's not based on silver or gold. It's just kind of fiat currency, floating, what do they call, floating interest rate kind of thing, floating point.
Fake money.
It's not fake money. It's just a different system. It's a credit system. So
mythical money.
I don't think it is, because you end up, if you base it off something as abstract as the supply of gold that you have, your economy can't, your currency can't grow in a way that reflects the productivity of your economy. It's always going to be limited to this finite
against
supply
Bitcoin too?
Of cryptocurrency. Oh yeah, I think cryptocurrency is a scam.
Yeah, I used to think that too, but it's for the reasons because I thought the government would shut it down at any moment, or could shut it down at any moment. But it sounds like for some weird reason the governments are embracing it.
It essentially works. I mean, part of it, the way it's established, works the way MMT talks about fiat currency, but it privatizes it. So basically, the thing that makes it. Yeah, it is. It's sort of being printed into existence. It has an imprimatur of wealth based on what people will pay for.
Bitcoin is not. It's more like gold than U.S. dollars.
It's not as good as the problem with it is that it doesn't have what government fiat currency has, which is government fiat currency is always going to be the standard by which you can pay your debts. It's universally accepted. Bit currency, cryptocurrency, maybe not so much.
Yeah, well, we'll wait and see what happens. But like I can imagine, I don't know, sometime in the future, like if someone hired my services tomorrow, and they said to me, "Hey, I can pay you in U.S. dollars or in gold. What would you prefer?" I choose gold. Now that probably would be illegal, right? Or is it?
I mean, I know a guy that I almost never agree with on anything, even philosophically, who made his fortune just buying currency from other countries.
Oh yeah, but that's trading. But getting back to the whole deficit thing, what about the 20% that foreigners lend us, and that money goes back? The interest money goes back to them. Isn't that bad?
I think that you could make an issue about that, but you could always change the policy and make it so none of the debt could be held. And I think it is in place. There are certain foreign nationals that aren't allowed to possess foreign, American debt. I don't think you can have T-bills if you're a citizen of North Korea, for example.
Okay.
That's
but it sounds like you do agree that that's bad.
I think it might. I think it could be bad. I don't know that it really is.
Like as deficits go up, and we get more lending from foreign countries, and that interest payments go out of our country into theirs, that's not good for our country, right?
It potentially could be. It depends.
Potentially, yeah, depends.
Right.
Everything depends.
Well, it does, right? Let's say that. So it's an injection of public spending, right? Because they're earning interest on it, into the hands of those foreign holders, right? Let's say that we wanted to prop up Japan, right? So out of all the people that we only allow one group of foreigners to own American debt, Japanese nationals. So that 20%, that interest that they earn, even though it is a big line item, on our budgets, it's being paid to those people to bolster their economy, right? And it's paying it out in U.S. dollars, which I believe kind of helps bolster the security and the value of our dollar.
Do you personally want to see the deficit go up because it infuses more money into the economy?
No, not necessarily. To me, it doesn't matter how big or the only thing that I'd be concerned about is if the deficit is showing that again, because there's a public expenditure and interest payments going out, it can contribute to inflation, combined with all the other things the government could be publicly spending on, right? That you'd have to balance.
But let's say, given what the government spends their money on, you keep that allocation the same. Do you want that? Do you want the government to spend more?
It depends on what you need the economy to do, right? Because that interest payment is injecting money into the private.
We want the economy to grow.
then you'd want to continue to make, as long as you could afford it, you'd want to continue to pay those bondholders that interest, right?
What do you mean
Because that's
afford it? What is that? MMT and afford don't go together.
Yes, they do. Remember what I told you? The government can the government can afford to buy all the goods and services and labor in the economy, but not more than that. It can get out of whack. There is such a thing as sort of overspending, even with MMT. They can't just spend into oblivion. So if you're running a deficit and if you wanted to cool off certain private markets, then yeah, you could pay off that deficit, drop that down. That way you're no longer paying out those regular interest payments to them. That's a reduction in income on the private side. That would cool off the private side of the economy. So
okay, do you think our economy needs cooling off right now?
I think our economy needs a lot of stuff, but yes,
yes.
But the biggest thing that it needs is not. We need a lot more regulation on what private capital is able to buy.
So if our economy needs cooling off right now, and paying off or having smaller deficits helps cool off the economy, you're for having smaller deficits right now.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, if it's going to help cool off the economy. Yeah.
So you would,
but I would tax wealthy people first. That would be a better way. I would tax wealthy people and then use that to pay off the deficit. Yeah.
Why would you do that first when it's more inefficient than just printing?
Well, you don't want to just print because then you're heating the economy up.
Okay, so you're saying taxation is bad for the economy.
It usually has a cooling effect. So you tax the very wealthy, you take that money, you pay off the deficit, you balance that book. Now you're no longer paying out the interest rate. You're collecting more revenue.
Taxing the very wealthy does cool the economy, is what you're saying.
Especially if you're using it to pay off the deficit, right? Because what you're going to do is you're
well, this is good.
You're cutting off, because if they're doing this, right? If the very wealthy are,
you just admitted trickle down economics. Taxing the wealthy cools the economy. Cooling the economy hurts people.
No, it only if it depends on how you spend it, right? Normally, if you're taxing, like if they're just sitting on an enormous amount, they've got a little bit earning interest for them, right? You're basically just taking that top part off and pivoting it down and paying off the deficit, right? So you might see some cooling, but the whole point of the taxation thing is to shrink that disparity in terms of ownership. Because you have some people who have
people better than other people in financially.
No, that it has nothing to do with better or worse. It's about their purchasing power, right? The equivalent of like a billionaire. Like if I decide,
what's wrong with power?
You're talking about in context of cooling off the economy. You want to reduce the number of people who can buy restaurants the same way I buy soft drinks. Do you understand that? The amount of purchasing power that they have can blow up an economy just because they decide to go on a spending spree. Now, fortunately, most of them, if they're individually wealthy, are incapable of spending the kind of money they can to really blow the place up individually.
So
but that doesn't mean
rich. Okay, yeah. So taxing the rich cools the economy.
Oh, well, it cools it in one sector. You take that money and you're reducing their spending power. Yes,
right.
That can help reduce inflation.
Right. So taxing the wealthy cools the economy, makes the economy grow more slowly.
Not necessarily. If you're reducing the very wealthy, if you're reducing their spending power, right? You're starting to decrease that disparity in spending power. You might
they spend less, which cools the economy.
And might lower prices.
Okay.
Which will then offset the cooling, because now
which might even cause a depression if it lowers prices too much.
Well, yeah, but it probably,
or recession.
If we could just go back to having eggs that cost $4,
I'm getting you to admit that taxing the wealthy might even lead to a recession. Isn't this fun?
It depends on any kind of activity like this could lead to a recession. It depends on how you do it, right? But you are the one that you keep jumping into, like, oh, well, if you do this, you're telling this person is bad and this person you should feel sorry for. That has nothing to do with it. What you want to do, if the goal is to reduce inflation, you want to reduce prices, then what you need to do is curb the spending power of the super rich.
Right.
That should be that's not initiating a policy where you kick people out of jobs, which is what interest rates do.
So taxing the wealthy lowers spending of those wealthy people, which cools the economy, which could lead to recession.
It'll end up, if you tax this, if you reduce their spending power, right?
Yeah.
But what you end up getting the reduction in inflation that you want without
Right.
having to raise interest rates, which raises the cost on businesses, which
Right.
has a cooling effect, and force people to get kicked off and go on unemployment, which increased federal public
I'm
spending.
not
and
disagreeing with
unemployment
you.
insurance. Right. So they end up offsetting.
I'm just
so you end up
repeating
getting-
back what you're saying, and
But-
I'm pitting you against other leftists.
You're cooling inflation, but you're not necessarily shrinking the economy
Not necessarily.
if it's being done correctly, right? Either way,
If it's been done correctly.
the policy decision right now is to raise interest rates to basically disincentivize companies from hiring people, because if you have fewer people being hired, they're not making the wages, and they're not going to spend as much. So it's completely backward. They're directing the disincentivization of purchasing stuff at working class people. What they should direct it towards is taxing very wealthy people to reduce their spending power, not reduce the spending power of the
Right.
working class.
Right.
That's what they should do.
Increasing taxes to the wealthy lowers inflation because the economy is weaker.
Weaker for them.
Oh,
it's weaker for them. Yeah,
they're
losing purchasing. Yeah, because their purchasing power is being reduced. But you understand that it only has to be reduced.
No, prices go down, so they can buy things cheaper now.
They can, yeah, but
yeah,
the
economy does.
But individual.
Oh, you're a rich person, so.
But an individual billionaire is not going to go on, like, is a billionaire now that, okay, so a pound of meat is instead of $6.99 a pound, it drops to $3.99 a pound. Is a billionaire now going to eat 4 times more red meat just to do it?
No.
No, they're going to eat the same amount of red meat that they did before. They're just saving more money. And that's
Yeah.
in a way.
Same with the poor person.
It evens out. Yeah. So the only thing that you're looking to do is you're reducing that disparity between purchasing power, and you're lowering the price of goods. You're trying to reduce inflation.
See,
that's it.
I hope you're not under the impression I'm disagreeing with you, because I'm not. But I'm pointing out the obvious, which a lot of people who I have talked to in the past will say, will kind of disagree with this idea that raising taxes is a bad thing for the economy. And you're kind of admitting, well, it cools the economy. It can lower inflation.
But that's not a bad thing for the economy.
Well,
right. If you want to,
I'll talk like you. It depends.
It does.
Yeah,
it does.
Everything depends on everything, right?
And if the goal is, that's the point of the policy decision. Do you agree that what the government should do is let the Federal Reserve kick up points for the cost to borrow, which indirectly will encourage disincentivized companies from hiring people, thus leaving more people with less money, so that they don't go out and purchase more as consumers?
Hang on. Raising interest rates disincentivizes hiring people?
Yeah, that's why the Fed does it.
What are you talking about?
The
Fed, it raises the cost of borrowing.
Right, which usually leads to layoffs, right? They usually will correlate it directly to the rate at which they're hiring.
I'll talk like you again, not necessarily.
Okay, but generally, my understanding, usually from the Fed's president, the way they want to do this.
Apple has no debt. Raising the interest rates does nothing but help them.
Okay, yeah, and raising interest rates for helping bondholder, right?
Yeah,
if you're earning anything off.
So how does that affect how many people they're going to employ?
Well, for Apple, it might not. But I'm talking about generally. The trend across the U.S. is generally we raise the cost of borrowing. It raises the cost of doing business. Hopefully, that will lead to either a slowdown. Remember, I said indirectly, lead to a slowdown or even a reduction in the employment roles.
What lowers
people spending money?
What lowers the amount of hiring is the cost of those people.
Right. And if they're spending, if the company is now spending more to borrow, if they're in that situation, capital, those interest rates are higher, they're going to be disincentivized to either hire more people and expand in that direction. They might even be incentivized to lay off people.
Companies typically don't borrow because they need more people. Now, it can happen, but generally, companies borrow money to buy assets because they can use those assets to collateralize the loan. They can't use people.
I'm just talking about the kind of talking points that come out of the Fed, right? This is the kind of stuff that gets released into mainstream news. This is how they usually end up relating it to the common person. Like, this is what we're doing. We're raising.
I
the
read the
rates.
Fed all the time, and they don't say that raising interest rates raises the cost of hiring.
They don't put it that way. I said it indirectly disincentivizes some companies to hire. It might even incentivize them to lay people off.
Minimum wage affects the hiring. Technology affects the hiring. Way more so than the interest rates.
Agree. Even people who worked at the Fed have said that they're very limited in terms of what, they think it's very limiting that all they have to, they adjust the rate, then that's somehow going to fix inflation or fix other economic woes. And I would agree with them. I think that is weird. But the reason they do that is because they can do something very quickly, hit a switch and start watching to see if things happen magically for them, right? That's a lot harder than getting Congress to change tax policy to try to lower, the spending power of the super rich. You're not going to get that. You're not going to get legislation like that. Not in our political environment. So the only tool that they've realistically got is the Fed. And that's an explanation that the Fed has offered before. I didn't say they're saying, oh, it makes it harder for them to hire, therefore they won't do it. Indirectly, it can disincentivize hiring. And if you've got people who aren't working, they're not spending a lot of money in the consumer markets, which they hope will cool inflation. And I think they've got it backward. You want to reduce the spending power of the super wealthy if you want to reduce inflation. So tax the shit out of them for a while. You don't even have to tax the shit out of them for a long time. You just do it for a little while.
The funny thing is, I agree with you here. It is way more efficient. I think taxation has such a negative effect on the economy that if you really want to cool inflation, don't bother with raising interest rates a quarter point every few months. Tax, tax, tax. And it's such a terrible thing for the economy that the economy will cool.
We'll end it with this because I got to get out of here. You asked me if I believed in a conservative policy. I do, because it was those tax rates that built the country after World War II in the 50s and 60s. So yeah, let's just go back to that. Maybe I'm mythologizing the past.
Yeah, there you go.
But we go back to that.
Like that.
Look at the amount of growth that was going on there, and those wealthy people and those wealthy companies were paying those rates.
This all ended up well. I have made you help you see how conservative you are. You want to go back to the good old days of the 40s and 50s.
when the government was still basically a command control economy, thanks to the military effort of World War II. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's good.
I'm as conservative as Lenin. Yeah.
Well, this was fun. Thanks for talking about finance with me, because that's probably my real interest. So
I wish I was better at it. I know I have friends that are much better at chatting with this, but yeah. So
okay,
all right.
Take care. Have a good day.
See you later.
Bye.
All right, folks, we're gonna wrap this up. 4 hours and 11 minutes in. That was way too long. I'll remove you, Doug, if you want.
Yeah, I'm lost.
Let's see. Okay, I don't want to. Should I kick him from studio? Oh, he's gonna kick me. Okay. All right. There you go. All right, folks. Okay, that went on a lot longer than I thought. 4 hours. Sheesh. Okay, it's gonna take YouTube forever to edit this one. All right, folks. I'm gonna get out of here. Great conversation in the side chat. I'm sorry I didn't highlight enough of these. Yes, tax the rich. The good old days of taxing the rich. Let's go back pre-Kennedy even. Let's see. Okay, so I thank you for some of you who pushed back on the idea of like winning the conversation. I think somebody was trying to say that. I was just like, why are we winning at a conversation? Let's see here. Fabio says, my trickle-down economics is probably the single economic process that most of economists agree upon being a load of bullshit. Yes, they do. Like at this point, like no one thinks that trickle-down works. Like it's objectively bad. Oh, here he is. This is the guy that Doug should talk to. If the Fed doesn't think that higher tax rates limit employment, then why do they look at employment to determine their policy rate? Thank you. That was a point I should have made earlier. Yes. Why would they look at the employment rate? And why are they concerned about employment rates when they're looking at those adjustments? Like it's just it's supposed to be an indirect consequence of the rate hike. And the point is to kind of furlough some people, and that will cool up. Like, yeah, because if you got fewer people going out and buying those extra large things of milk and the 18 count container of eggs, that will cool off the economy so that I can buy my 19th yacht, because I'm daddy trillionaire. Backward. I blame myself, Robin. Jeff, your student didn't learn shit. Thanks, guys. All right, folks, I'm getting out of here. I am tired. Special thanks to Bart for coming in as a guest. I didn't ask him about his racist comments in Discord because I didn't want to start a fight, but he got a little uptight about the trans thing, but he wanted to talk more about that. If he wants to come in, do that maybe next week. Special thanks to Pine Creek for showing up. Very special thanks to Stephanie for coming in to kind of clarify some things on that trans discussion that we got into with Bart. And an extra big thanks to Doug, who needs to have a conversation with the other Doug, Pine Creek Doug, about this, because he does this for a hobby. So if anybody's interested, Douglas Applied MMT, go look at his stuff if you want to see some of his analysis. It's very in the weeds. It's very wonky. I'm not saying that as a criticism, but buckle up, because it's big. If you are interested in sort of MMT for dummies, check out Steve Keen's not entirely MMT, but he basically is. Steve Keen's pretty good. His explanations can be a little tricky. Stephanie Kelton, she's an economic advisor for Bernie Sanders. I know what some people are already rolling there. I'm like, of course, that's the economist Spatchcock would turn to. But Stephanie Kelton has videos on YouTube giving basic descriptions, basic explanations of what MMT is, if you're curious about it. If you're not, don't worry about it. So, all right, folks, I am going to get out of here and do something. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday or the beginning of your Sunday, depending on where you're at. All right. I will catch you all next time. See ya.